Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Tonight, we are showcasing some Souls-like games. I'm going to be starting off with Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. Before we get into that, though, just a few quick reminders. We are still looking for a special event showrunner to highlight speedrunning communities through weekend specials as we revitalize the GDQ Hotfix. So if you're passionate about speedrunning and thrive on organizing gaming events, you can check out the duties and apply today over at gamesdonequick.com/jobs. Today is the last day to apply if you're interested. So if you are interested, be sure to get that checked. Be sure to get that in tonight. Also, volunteer applications for SGDQ are closing tonight as well. So if you're interested in being an on-site volunteer, you should check that out. Gamesdonequick.com for more information. With all that said, I will hand it over to our runner.
Hello. Yeah, I think we can jump right into it. Yeah?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to give a countdown?
Yeah. I'm just gonna delete one character and I'll count down to 3. 3, 2, 1, go. So, yeah. Tonight we will be doing some Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin current patch runs. And category has a bit of a weird name. It's called All Souls Unrestricted. We'll definitely be explaining that later. But just so you know, this is Scholar of the First Sin, so this is the kind of remake from 2015. The game originally came out in 2014, and they made a remake for PS5, PS4, and Xbox One. And this remake kind of has different item placements and enemies. As in, it is actually the version of the game that most people played. So you won't get confused about everything, because a lot of runners showcase Souls 2, like the original one, and it can be a bit confusing. So yeah, this game is a bit unique. You saw me do character creation after the timer started. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 is just kind of its own thing in general. I started with the Explorer class. It is going to be useful because Explorer starts with a lot of buff items and some buff items and some witching urns, which are going to be useful for damage early on in the.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of technical difficulties, but we're ready to get right back into it. So whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'll just count down to 3, 2, 1, and go. So we are going to be doing some Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin tonight. This is the second game in the Dark Souls trilogy. I'm going to be playing the Scholar of the First Sin version, the remake from 2015. Dark Souls 2 originally I got disconnected again. Is everything all right, or do I just continue?
It looks like it reconnected. We're going to keep going, right? Or do we need to take a break here?
Do we need?
Okay. We're good.
Okay. So, so this is going to be a category called All Souls Unrestricted. It's done on the current patch of version of Dark Souls 2. So this is essentially the same version as probably everyone played. Some stuff is patched, some stuff is still there. It's going to be pretty broken. Going to showcase some pretty heavy glitching in this run. So yeah. So first off, we heading to Majula, the central hub of this game. Going to grab some binoculars. It's going to be useful for some animation cancels. And yeah, we're going to talk to
Sorry about this, everybody. We're going to take a quick break here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Sorry about that, but we should have everything all sorted out, so we're ready to get back right into it.
Okay, so now I should be able to keep going, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Yeah. So before I got caught, I was talking about Majula. Yeah, this is the main hub of this game. Beautiful place. We got some items there, mainly just Souls items that we can use because we're gonna need to buy some weapons. Mainly the hand axe for the first boss of the run. I'm just gonna use these souls when I wait for this door to open. So the main first phase of this run is just to gather some souls and some key items so we can buy our main weapon and also get some levels as well. There's one particular items that's going to help us do all the heavy glitches in this run. So this area actually a lot harder to run through than it looks like, mainly because you're being chased by enemies all the time. And these fog walls, if you're used to them in Souls games, they don't have many iframes when you interact with them. So you need to make sure you're fast enough to not get interrupted while you open them. So yeah, this ladder right here, you need to do some very specific stamina so you don't aggro all the enemies. There we go. Oh, okay. The bomb was a bit unlucky, but made it through. So now I reached Cardinal Tower. Okay. So, do I continue the run? Yeah? Yes?
Yep.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So yeah, I just did bomb wall. You just use a bomb on this wall, and it allows you to break to explode the barrels on the other side, and also toggle the frame rate to 20 frames per second. If you lower the frame rate in this game, it actually kind of breaks things a bit. I'm not going to be using that too much in this run, but there are other categories where it's definitely a really integral part of the run. So right now we're already up to our first boss in the run, the last giant. And we're going to be using the hand axe, of course, as well as these urns. So this guy actually has a script that Doesn't work if I get bad RNG, so hopefully I'll get good RNG. So you just enter the boss and do 1, 2, 3, 4. Turn around these feet. 1, 2, 3. Use an urn, because urns don't consume stamina. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another urn. And there we go, that's it. And now we use the dark sign. I'm actually not going to lose my souls from the dark sign, because if you use it early enough, you actually still get the souls from the boss. Okay, so I'm going to be using this soul on this merchant. Buy this key and a bright bug. Key is to access the blacksmith, Leningrast, who is going to sell us some weapons as well as weapon upgrades. And the bright bug is a buffing item that buffs your attack as well as your defense by 20%, which is pretty huge. And now we're going to do another boss, the Pursuer. So Pursuer has a very special strat. You just run straight, interact with this ballista, and he's dead. Yeah, this is a pretty amazing strat that was found like 1 or 2 years ago. We used to have a different variation with a roll at the start, but yeah, this is really fast. You just run straight and you can use the ballista every time. His AI is very predictable. It's really not hard to do at all. So now we're just gonna get this bonfire in Los Bastille. It's another area that we're gonna need. And now I'm gonna actually be explaining why this category is called All Souls. So Dark Souls 2 has normally all mandatory bosses that you need to access the later game areas. And one of them is located in the Bastille, and 3 others in other areas that we're going to be visiting. And the goal of this category is to essentially kill the All Souls and beat the game. Any percent doesn't kill any of the All Souls. Okay.
You're all good. Keep going.
Okay. So with the souls we got from the start, we gonna get 12 decks to be able to use the rapier. So that's gonna be the main weapon this run. We're gonna get the short bow from this chest, which is actually gonna be useful for a few tricks. So we're gonna get a +3 rapier with the upgrades that this guy sells. And I'm gonna talk to this little cat here that sells some really cool items. This ring, which is really good, cat ring, it essentially reduces full damage greatly. So you just equip it right here and you're able to drop in this pit really early on. Normally there's like a quest where you have to talk to an NPC, and then this NPC sells ladders to help you go down this pit, but yeah, you can just tank the full damage here. So we're gonna kill this lizard with 1 attack with the mace. The mace I'm gonna use a bit later, but mainly for lizards and one boss. The lizard drops some great materials, because the blacksmith doesn't sell like enough of them, so we just get some extra from the lizard. So the reason I go to the gutter really early is because at the end of the gutter is a boss called the Rotten, which is one of the 4 All Souls I mentioned that are required for this category. The Rotten is very weak to thrust damage, which is the main type of damage that the Rapier deals. And also has really huge counter damage windows, so it's actually faster to go here early and kill her. And she also drops a plethora of souls. Like, it's just really massive for early game routing. So yeah, the Gutter also doesn't have any bosses. You can just go to the Rotten area like this. We're going to be using this buff we got from our starting class. So you just have to dodge all these poison statues in this area. It's really consistent. You just have to get the good lines and the good stamina. There we go. So this is the Rotten. Very cute boss. A huge pile of corpses. So yeah, the goal is to always punish every attack because of the counter damage mechanic in this game. When you attack a boss right after it attacks, or while it's attacking, you get a massive damage boost. So we want to avoid attacking the boss when it's not doing anything. So we want the boss to be as aggressive as possible while still doing the good attacks. For example, this is a bad attack because it has an AoE. And yeah, you can cut off the arm. It makes the boss a lot less dangerous. And there we go, that was the Rotten. So now I'm actually going to be able to explain why I got an aesthetic at the start of this run, and why I used it in Majula. So essentially, there is a system in this game of NG to NG plus. So each time you beat the game, you get like you reach like a new game. Like it increases the new game level, and each time you do that, it changes the world. Essentially, enemies get stronger, items change, merchants sell different items. So Bonfire Aesthetic allows you to change the NG level of an area. Without having to beat the game. And this is actually really crucial because the item I'm about to get to buy from this merchant is only sold in NG+. Also, I just bought 15 shields from this guy. It's absolutely normal because his shop doesn't his shop is only acquires new items if you spend 15,000 souls, and the most efficient way to refill his shop is to buy 10 of these shields. And there we go. I got the Moonlight Butterfly Skirt, which is a really cool item, really good looking. I'm gonna equip it really quickly. Right here, yeah, this orange skirt. You're gonna see this item a lot in this run. It's used for two glitches, two really broken glitches, the Moon Jump and the Parry Walk. I'm gonna have a lot of time to explain what these two glitches are later. But keep in mind that this item I just bought is really important. It's the backbone of this run. And yeah, also this category is called unrestricted because restricted runs don't allow the use of the skirts. There is a category called All Souls Restricted, which doesn't get the skirt. It's about like 20 to 25 minutes slower. That's the estimated time loss. So yeah, this item saves a lot of time in this game. I should also mention that you can still parry walk without the skirt if you're on the right patch of the game. But yeah, we're on current patch, so we either have to use a skirt or do a really cursed setup to get the parry walks, which is not necessarily super fast, and also I'm also not really consistent at it. So I just get the skirt. It's not a massive time loss, and I need to also be able to do moon jumps anyways. Okay, so we right now we're heading to Shade Woods because Shade Woods actually lead to Seldora, and Seldora has a lot of upgrade items for weapons. So yeah, now we're just gonna get like our weapon to max level. This is the next goal of this run. And now I'm also get a ring called the Calamity Ring +1. It increases stamina, regeneration, and this is a moon jump, by the way. This is like triple the length and the height of a normal jump. Yeah, it's a pretty crazy glitch. The way it works is really simple. You just equip the item and jump right after, and somehow it like gives you this huge jump. You still need to be running at full speed, because in this game, if you want to jump, you need to be at full speed. So you have to do menuing and kind of platforming at the same time. It's a bit awkward. Yeah, so I can just jump here. This, perfect. You can cut a lot of areas with the skirt like this. And this is the next boss of this run, Nashka. She is kind of tanky. So the boss fights can be a little long. Hopefully I'm actually going to get good RNG from her. If you stay on her side, she always does attacks with her tail. So yeah. You just want to do 5 hits every time to get this AI loop. Okay, I got a jump, it's fine. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, there we go. So this is the worst attack she does. Thank God she actually did it like a last attack. But yeah, this attack forces you to run away. That's why it's so bad. But yeah, that was actually a really good fight. No bad RNG at all. So yeah, next we go in this area. It's called the Doors of Pharos. There is a boss in this area that's completely optional, so we're not going to kill it. We're just going to go to Seldora directly, and on the way, we are actually going to kill another lizard for upgrade materials. So yeah, a big part of speedrunning this game is stamina management. It's the green bar below my health bar. Stamina is very punishing in this game more than other Souls games. If I deplete my stamina bar, I can't sprint for about like 2 seconds. It's really punishing. In all other Souls games, this threshold is like the time it takes for you to be able to run again is much less punishing. So yeah, this can be a little awkward if you try to speed on this game at first. Also, rolling takes away a lot of stamina compared to games like Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3. So rolling is something you want to avoid at all costs. And I just forgot to buy arrows. Yeah, imagine buying a bow and no arrows. It's fine, I'll just go back to Majora to buy some. So yeah, the world record route for this is actually a lot more different. There is a frame perfect trick you have to do at the start of the run, 5 minutes in, and that trick, if you fail it, you have to start your character over. So yeah, naturally I went for a bit of a slower early game, like more consistent, obviously, for a showcase. I'm not going to reset my character. Yeah, so now we're gonna be able to do a parry walk. So I'm just gonna bait this enemy with an arrow like this, and I need him to stand near this. It's there we go. That's the parry walk. Allows you to literally walk in the air. So that way we're going to be able to skip this entire area over the Congregation boss fight. Yeah, I'm just going to take it slowly here. So yeah, I'm just going to touch this part of the area. So it breaks parry walk. There we go. So parry walk only lasts for 30 seconds, and if you touch like a loading zone, it can actually also break your parry walk, so you won't be flying again. So you need to be actually careful about your movements a lot, because sometimes you can actually die if you don't do the skip fast enough. So yeah, right there, just grab some charcoal pine resins. They increase fire. They put some fire damage on your weapon. It's gonna be really useful for the next boss. That's like really weak to fire. Quick bit right here, and I just got evaded by Forlorn. Yeah. So the score of the first version of this game has a really annoying mechanic where an enemy called Forlorn can invade you at any time. This is incredibly annoying for speedruns. And yeah, this got interrupted as well. This is the worst scenario possible here. So glad this happens during my showcase run. So hopefully these guys are gonna let me open this door. So yeah, I'm gonna try to survive here. It's very unlikely that I survive because of Forlorn. You just throw a luring soul here. Alluring skulls just make enemies AFK. It doesn't work on Forlorn though. Yeah, I'm just gonna die here and try again. It's a bit sad, but yeah. Forlorn you just can't avoid. It's complete RNG. He randomly invades you in some areas and ruins your runs. So yeah, if you like the parry walk skip, yeah, I'm gonna do again. It's fine. How the way parry walk works is you actually need to be jumping and attacking at the same time, and this is part of the reason why parry walk works. Because essentially, when you repost an enemy after a parry, it puts you into this weird state that immediately ends when you end a repost. But with a parry walk, you can extend that state, and in this state, your character is locked on the vertical axis. And that way you're able to fly. And also collision is extremely broken in that state. We're going to be utilizing that later. Hopefully. If I can actually exit this area. So yeah, the backup for this, you just throw another skull. That's why I got so many skulls from the cat, by the way. There we go. I'm just going to use it. Right back here for this boss fight. And we're going to switch the mace. The mace I upgraded to +3 just for this boss fight. And yeah. Okay. Up here. So yeah, if you have arachnophobia, I don't recommend this boss fight. It's literally just spiders everywhere. So I'm just going to kill these little spiders on the ground. They don't respawn. Well, they do respawn, but they take a really long time to respawn. So I'm just going to get rid of them. They're really annoying. And yeah, this is Freya. You can only hit the two little heads, which makes this boss like really annoying because you can't hit the body at all. As you can see here, the mace is doing a great job at dealing damage. And this is the literal worst attack she can do. Just going to stay on the side. This attack you can't really punish at all. She's just throwing acid from both sides. It's literally nothing you can do. Okay, that was actually not too slow. And yeah, the soul we need to get for this category is actually on the ground. It's not dropped by the boss for some reason. And yeah, now we're just gonna walk back using a helmet bone. Yeah, so with parry walks and moonjumps, we can actually kind of break the order in which we need to do the things for this run. So right now, I'm actually going to go in a late game area. You can just access here. This area is called Aldius Keep, is locked by a King's Gate. King's Gates are normally open using King's Ring, which is an item you need to get from the Crypt of the Undead, which is an area that takes like forever to access normally. And we can just skip all of that. Some precise moon jumps. So we're just gonna head here. Just jump like this. Nice. Now we're out of bounds. And we can just jump on this seam. Nice. Just aim like this. So the collision here is actually really, really small. That's why I'm using the binos to kind of help me line this up. And yeah, perfect. But yeah, was Aldius Keep skip. This is a really, really broken skip. It saves like 30 minutes and 80%. And in this run as well, it's the main big time save. So the reason why I go here early is to get the Ashen Mist Heart, which is a requirement to finish the game. This area is really slow, so on the way, there's like a really long elevator. It's gonna make me able to just pop all my Souls items, because Soul items take forever to use. So I'm just gonna like waste some time here so I can use them. And yeah, Aldius Keep, you can actually skip the main boss, the Guardian Dragon, just with some parry walk. The parry walk skip is actually a bit complex, so I'm actually gonna take just a safety bonfire on the side. Yeah, I've been using a lot of safety bonfires throughout this run. It's actually just a showcase thing. Normally, you don't take any safety bonfires in speedruns. So any like small mistakes, any death, can potentially just lose your entire run. This game is very cruel to speedrun, and yeah, this is a secret bonfire, by the way, hidden behind a illusory wall. So yeah, we're just gonna free this enemy behind this painting. We're actually gonna be using this guy for the parry walk. So I'm just gonna be luring him next to the spot I want to, and I need to break all this furniture because this furniture can actually block him because he's too dumb to actually break it with his weapon. By the way, this is a real thing. And yeah, these ogres, I can actually just distract with Heroic Skulls. And Heroic Skulls actually don't work on the enemy I use for the parry walk, because yeah, this game actually has very inconsistent internal logic. Yeah. Perfect. But yeah, another parry walk skip. We can just, yeah, so we can just like walk around this boss arena. Yeah. Just leave the dragon sleeping. And yeah, on this elevator, I'm just gonna clean my inventory. So these soul items that you can gain from bosses drop a lot of souls, which I'm gonna need for levels and upgrades later on. I'm just gonna get rid of all these weapons that I don't need anymore. And just gonna equip some stuff here. So yeah, one big thing about the Skull of the first inversion is this area, the Dragon Alley, is you can completely trivialize by using this ladder right here. For some reason, this ladder is not in the original version of Dark Souls 2. But yeah, you just use this ladder, and then you use this zip line, and that's it. That's the entire area in speedruns. And there we go. Now we can access the Dragon Shrine, which has the Ashen Mist Heart. So the Ashen Mist Heart is an item that allows you to go in the past by interacting with certain parts of the game world. And this is the mandatory item to finish the game, because one of the mandatory bosses, the Giant Lord, is you can only access using this item. Yeah, this area is a bit scary because of these enemies. My character is still really, really weak. As you can see, really not a lot of HP. No armor at all because, yeah, it's just a lot faster to be running around without any armor. So yeah, you can just bait this guy away by hitting this wall. Really good strat. And yes, you can open doors with rolls. It's a really easy trick. Yeah, these guys, you actually need to be really careful. I'm just going to be blocking here so I can actually bait some good attacks from these guys, hopefully. Nice. Yeah, as you can see, he did a guard break because I was blocking. That was really easy to dodge. But yeah, another thing I didn't mention is you can actually use items when you talk to NPCs in this game. This allows you to warp and exhaust dialogue at the same time. Right there, I was able to get the dialogue for the Ashen Mist Hearts. At the same time, I was warping. And yeah, now I'm going to go back to Majula because I want to get a max upgrade weapon with all the upgrade items I got from Seldara. And now I'm going to be brutalizing this NPC. This is for a reason later. There we go. I'm going to be using him for a skip later, and I want him to be aggroed, and it is actually faster to just aggro him now. So yeah, I have nothing against him. He's just, you know, it's just faster to be really mean with him. So now we're back in forest. I'm just going to buy this for safety, some life gems, and some more bright bugs. Every time you kill an important boss in the game, this NPC actually refills her bright bug stock. So routing has to take that into account. And that's why we leave her in forest, because we know we're just going to be coming back after we kill 2 of the All Souls bosses. So now we're in the pass just to fight Giant Lord. So Giant Lord is actually, even though he's like one of the very last mandatory bosses from this game, he's actually really weak. So I just need to be careful here because there's a lot of enemies and stuff going in this arena. Just buffing in this corner and you backstep. Yeah, okay. And then that's it. Giant Lord drops a lot of souls. This is why I fight him mainly. I could leave him for later, but the fact that he drops so many souls is just so good for this run. That was a pretty good fight. And yeah, he drops the Giant Kinship, which is the main item to the item you need to acquire to spawn the last boss. Well, technically in the game code, you need the flag from killing Giant Lord. You don't need the item, say, but yeah, that's basically the logic behind it. So now we're back in Bastille to kill our third, also Lost Sinner. This area has one of my favorite skips in the run. But it's not quite this one, even though it's a pretty cool skip. We're going to be using some parry walks again, just to go in this window on the side that they conveniently placed here. So yeah, you just touch this loading zone on the side. It ends your parry walk. And this is actually leading to the place where I'm going to be doing the next skip to access the boss. So doing this skip, we actually skipped one boss, the Rune Sentinels. That saved quite a bit of time. Yeah, I'm just going to aggro this enemy. He does a bad attack, of course. Oh, this is really bad. Okay. So you can't actually normally adjust your height with parry walks except with ladders. So yeah, right there I just gained some height just to be able to access this ladder and watch what happens with this ladder. Okay, there we go. And phase through the wall of this ladder. Just normal stuff. Now we're out of bounds and we activated the infinite ladder glitch. This happens when you use a ladder, but your initial parry walk position is much lower. And yeah, the game just doesn't check for the bottom of the ladder, so you can just, yeah. You can just use the ladder forever. And it actually goes on forever. You can reach the bottom of the map using this glitch. And yeah, we just skipped the entire other part of the Lost Bastille using this glitch. And now we're already at the final boss of this arena. Yeah, this boss actually pretty fast. A lot scarier than Giant Lord, actually. Yeah, that was it. So now we only have one Old Souls left. One Old Souls boss left, so I'm just going to go back to Majora because that's where we need to go to access this boss. And with all the souls I acquired, I am just going to get some levels. So I don't actually get damage with these levels, but I get stamina and health. Because, yeah, the scaling in this game for weapons is actually really bad. It would take me like so many levels to actually get a substantial advantage. And getting stamina instead allows me to just be able to do longer combos, which in the end gives me DPS. The HP is just mainly for safety and also for one of the final bosses. Because with that boss, it's actually faster to tank the attacks. So right now this is Rotunda skip. Yeah, this is kind of a precise skip. I'll explain it after I actually pull it off. Okay, you just need to line this up like this. Okay. Ooh, that was close. Okay, so yeah, this is kind of a crazy skip. Normally, to access this area, the Huntsman's Copse from Majula, you need to either kill or talk to Alicia, which is an NPC located in Heights, but going to Heights is just really slow. So what we do, yeah, we just do this skip, just keep going to Heights entirely, but the loading zone for Copse is actually really small. Like, it's located into this tiny corridor, to this tiny wall, so we essentially need to navigate out of bounds with like almost zero visual cues. Okay, this parry will actually not easy. I'm gonna try to use the other guy. So Huntsman's Copse actually has a lot of skips that I'm gonna be using. So first I'm going to do this one. So this one doesn't save that much time, but what it allows me to do is just to traverse the area while everything is unloaded. So that way no enemies will actually be aggroed. And that way I will be able to do another skip on another enemy. So yeah, this area, you just chain 3 parry walks back to back. Yeah, so right now, yeah, as you can see, nothing's loaded. Normally there's trees, you know, props and stuff here. It's like nothing's actually there. The collision's there though. Yeah, so yeah, that was 30 seconds of parry walks and it just broke naturally. So just gonna kill this dog, get to this guy. Okay, this parry walk actually so hard to do. The parry timing for this guy is so small. Parrying in these two is actually such a pain. It's kind of hard to tell watching me play, but parrying in these two is so delayed and precise compared to all the other Souls games. This is one thing that actually makes this run a lot harder. It's not necessarily the glitches themselves, but like being able to reliably parry the enemies, just parrying them is just really hard. So now I'm going to use this enemy. Do a parry walk. Oh, yeah. This isn't going well. Please do an attack. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to do skeleton skip. There's this boss arena right here that you can see in this building. A boss called the Skeleton Lords. But using some out of bounds movement, we're just going to skip this entire thing. There's a giant invisible wall you cannot see on my left, which I'm just going to like run past. Like this. And now I should land on this bridge. Perfect. And yeah, that was successful skeleton skip. Nice. So yeah, the last Souls boss has so much requirements to get to him. So not only do you need to complete Huntsman's Sculptor, you also need to complete this area called Earthen Peak, Harvest Valley. Then you need to complete Earthen Peak, and then you need to go to Iron Keep. So it's gonna take a while to get to him, and there's also gonna be 2 other bosses I'm gonna need to kill. Because you can technically skip them, but the skips are just a lot slower than actually killing them. So yeah, that was a little out of bounds jump. It's actually really easy to do. Use them in pretty much every category that goes here. So yeah, if you are a Corvus Demon fan, this is your run. We're actually going to be fighting him. And yeah, this boss is incredibly hard. He is really, really tough. But yeah, he is just a really weak boss. Really weak to thrust damage. And now we have like a max upgrade weapon, so... yeah, that was it. Poor guy. So this area is really, really dangerous. The arena area after... oh, so yeah, I just need to use this item now. Also equip this now, sorry. So this area is filled with enemies. So I'm just gonna use a bright bug to run through this. Bright bugs last for 2 minutes, so it's not a big issue if you use them really early. I'm actually gonna use the bright bug for the boss as well. But yeah, this guy, you need to be able to kill in 2 hits. If you don't use a bright bug, he doesn't die, and you just get swarmed by these enemies. So the next boss is Mytha. Mytha is located in a boss arena filled with poison. And you can technically get rid of the poison, but that's slow. So we're just gonna tank all the poison as we fight her. Okay. That is a good opener. Oh, she's AFK, that's not good. Okay. But yeah, these items, the poison mosses, are really useful for this fight. You can just remove the poison instantly. There we go. So now there's this infamous elevator in Souls games. This elevator connects 2 areas that feel pretty that are very not consistent. So according to game logic, this would mean Earthen Peak is located like beneath like a lava pool, which doesn't make any sense. And yeah, it's a pretty big meme online. But yeah, this area we're not going to see much of it, and I really need to use this bonfire. Otherwise, I'm going to be sent back to Earthen Peak if I die here. Oh, actually, I got this guy. Okay, I need to be him right next to this railing. If he actually wants to follow me, come on, dude. He's really taking his time. Okay, there was a delayed attack. Thanks. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, parry walks can sometimes be annoying to perform. There we go, finally. Okay, so yeah, with this skip we can just, yeah, you can just go to the final boss of this area, which is Elden Ring. And yeah, you can just phase through this wall. And I just hit a loading trigger here. It's the first time this ever happened. Nice. The marathon thing, I guess. I think I'm actually supposed to go a bit more to the left of this wall. It's not a big issue. I can try to skip again. Okay. Okay, now it should be good. Hopefully. So yeah. About nothing is loaded right now, except this fog wall. And this fog was really useful because it actually loads the boss fight. So you can just interact with it. And there we go. Yeah. While he actually walks to us, we're just going to buff. There we go. And that was Elden Ring. Yeah, you can really appreciate in this fight the absurd amount of stamina I got in the final level. So if I had less stamina but more damage, the fight would be a lot slower. So now we're done with all Souls, all 4 Old Souls bosses, and the last thing we need to do is to actually finish the game because it's required in this category. So we're just going to head back to Shaywoods once again. Shaywoods is connected to Drunglake Castle. Drunglake Castle is the area where the final boss is located. So we're just going to, yeah, climb this hill. Absolutely normal interaction there. Yeah, parry walks allow you to kind of, how to say, trick geometry because your character is technically locked vertically. If you try to climb slopes, they're actually not usually going to be able to block you, and you can just phase through them. And yeah, and there we go. That was a really interesting thing to mention. Because parry walks only last for 30 seconds on this patch, on the other patches it's technically infinite. You don't need to hit a low trigger to go inside this tunnel, so as though the time limit on the parry walk can seem annoying, it actually helps us save time in a few places. And yeah, I'm praying to not get fallen again because it can actually spawn right here, and I need to do a skip, so praying to not get fallen. So yeah, with this parry walk, I'm gonna ignore like opening this gate. There's a puzzle where you need to kill enemies in certain spots to activate the gates. We're just gonna ignore that and abuse the fact that there is a hole in this collision on the side. We can just access with parry walks, and we're just gonna hit here and right here, and yeah, that's it. That was Drunglake Gate skip, and now we're in the final arena. So normally to access this area, you need to have the King's Ring, but we just skip this door. We just skip the King's Gate door, and that's it. That's the final part of the game. So one really big issue that you're gonna be able to see is that our character is really weak still. This is like the later parts of the game where the bosses kind of have insane amounts of HP and damage. So the bright bug is actually going to help us a lot here. Not necessarily with damage, but just like being able to tank a lot of attacks. And yeah, I'm just going to try to fight duo. This is the hardest fight in the run by a long shot. There's 2 of them right here. I just open with a life gem like this. Nice, that was the best opening possible. You can just strafe all of this. Okay. Okay. Ooh. It's fine, I'm just gonna head over. So yeah, you need to pay attention to both bosses at the same time. It can be really, really annoying to deal with. This boss, the Throne Watcher, is really aggressive at times. And she can actually revive the other boss, so the requirement to end this boss is to have them both dead. I'm just trying to kill her, but she just really likes this shield. And yeah, that was duo. Nice. That was a bit slow, but yeah, I got a good opener and stuff. Yep. So now the run is actually not over. We still have Nishandra, which is the true final boss of DS2. Yeah, I'm just waiting for this cutscene. So Nishandra, you just want to bait these lasers attacks like this. Perfect. It just leaves you these huge windows where you can just punish really easily. Nice. Okay. Okay, no laser. Okay, I just want her to do a good attack. Nice. So I can finish her. Okay, GG. Time is gonna be when I get the final cutscene. There's gonna be a load screen and then the cutscene. That's when you get time. Time. Okay. So, yeah, that was Dark Souls 2 Old Souls Unrestricted. It is a great category. Lots of glitches. I really love this category. Yeah, I actually have the world record for this category. It has a 1 minute time loss on one of the skips, so if you want to get a free Reiki in Dark Souls 2, you can run this. We also have a Discord, the Soul Speedruns, and a pretty solid Dark Souls 2 community, so if you want to learn this run, just feel free to join the Discord, ask some questions on Dark Souls 2 streams, where we welcome anyone to run this game. We also have a lot of other categories with less glitches if you really like that. We have longer categories, shorter categories. So, yeah. I think that's going to be about for me, I guess.
Great Sovereign, take your throne.
And yeah, I can just give a shout out to the Buna Stan Army Discord, which is a secret Discord for the Dark Souls 2 runner. Well, not technically a secret Discord, but there's a lot of cool people there. And I think some of them are watching, so shout out to them.
Hey, I've been muted the entire time. Great, awesome. Whoo!
Okay.
I've been talking, and it's all right.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. Because
No, it's fine. I all right. I'm just real professional over here, everybody. I am, I'm on top of everything. Don't worry about it. Yeah, absolutely fantastic run. Thank you so much. Make sure to check you out. Absolutely fantastic Dark Souls 2 runner. You've got 70% of the records or something in this game.
So we have two separate leaderboards because there's two versions of the game. I have 6 out of 8 of the world records on Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin. I'm trying to get all of them right now. I also have a bunch of other records on the original Dark Souls 2, 2, I think. So yeah, I've been running this game for a long time now, 5 years, and yeah, I really, really love this game. It's my favorite game to speedrun. So I really, really, really appreciate to be able to showcase this today.
Yeah, thank you so much for being on. And we are going to... we have a bunch more Souls speedruns coming up. All of our runners are great Souls runners, so if you like any of them, you should definitely check them all out. We are going to take a quick break here while we get ready for the next one. We have Dark Souls coming up, so we'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Tonight, we are showcasing some Souls games. Just before we get into it, just a quick reminder, GDQ is proud to present its first Asian American and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month celebration. Join us on May 18th and 19th for 2 full days of showcases, speedruns, and celebrating AAPI heritage. Submissions are open until April 21st, and the schedule will be out on April 9th. Use exclamation AAPI in chat to get more information and how to submit a run. With all of that said, we have Dark Souls here. I'll hand it over to our runner. Let him introduce himself.
Thank you. Hey, I'm Regal. This is going to be an 80% speedrun of Dark Souls 1 Prepare to Die edition. This is not going to be the remaster, which is important because they're very different speedruns. Yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to go to the character creation and just explain a few things before we start the run. All right, first of all, we're going to choose male. We're going to choose Pyromancer. We're going to pick Pyromancer mostly for the Pyromancy Flame and the Fireball spell that the class comes with. And we're also going to pick Black Firebombs, which is going to help us save a little bit of time on the very first boss of the run. We don't have to pick Master Key because of a skip we're going to be doing later. So the Black Firebomb saves quite a bit of time just in that very first segment. Everything else doesn't really matter. And I think I'm ready to go. Are you ready to go?
Yeah. Yeah,
okay, I guess. Ready. All right, I'll count in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so we're going to start off in this undead asylum area, and we're just going to try to get through this quickly. There's not much to it. Pretty much every run, or actually literally every single run goes through this area to start with. And then after that, different routes will kind of break off in different directions. But there is a little bit of variation to all the different routes going through Asylum. And we are going to be doing a Black Firebomb kill on Asylum Demon using these bombs that we just took. So we're going to go and stand in a very certain spot. Start chucking up Black Firebombs where the boss is about to spawn. 1, 2, 3, and then we roll. That's the best RNG right there. And he's dead. And that's the first boss down. And this variation of the route that we're doing, we are not going to be picking up any of the items here because we don't need any of them. So we're just going to run right past and knock this guy out of the way. And continue on to the NPC up ahead, Oscar, who's going to give us the key to leave. We have to first trigger this boulder trap up here to break this wall. You could actually quit out to break the wall, which saves a little bit of in-game time, but since we're doing an RTA run here, we're just not going to bother. And then head upstairs. So we could actually leave right now if we wanted to, but we need to grab the pyromancy flame, which is upstairs here. We need to grab it and then avoid these hollows that can be very annoying. Right. And it's a little annoying. He stood right in the middle there. All right. We are good to go. Drop some stuff here. This is also a place where I would quit out normally if I was going for PBs, because it saves time on the animation for opening the door, but that's only an in-game time. I'm just going to get a safety heal here. And we are done with the initial tutorial area, the Asylum, and we're heading to Undeadburg now. We're going to be doing not the fastest route that any percent has to offer, which is the Black Knight Greatsword route. We're actually going to be doing a little bit older of a route called the Dragon Tooth route. So we are going to be beelining it to an area called Anorlando to take out a boss called Ornstein and Smo as quickly as we really can. But we will be picking up stuff on the way there and taking out one boss on the way as well. We want to go to this undead merchant up ahead to buy some supplies that we'll need for the run. Execute a glitch called a prop swap. So I'm going to buy a rapier, a reinforced club, a short bow, a few arrows for that bow, and I'm going to do a glitch called prop swap there to buy the residence key. So I don't have the master key, so I want to open up the door ahead. I didn't have the souls to buy the key to open the door either, but we used a glitch called prop swap, which allowed me to just buy the key without having the souls for it. This guy being annoying. All right, there we go. So you could also like skip doing this as well, but it's just it makes this early game a lot more reset heavy. We're gonna grab these gold pine resins here. All right, and we're gonna do a trick up ahead of this next boss called a Taurus Suicide, and hopefully it goes well. If not, I'm just gonna do the fight normally, but we're gonna do a nice little manip here to try to time our approach to Taurus. And hopefully he does a certain attack and just sends him straight off. And there he goes. Nice. We got it. That's awesome. So that strat saves like a few seconds, but it is not 100% consistent. It is, however, very cool. So I just figured I would go for it. And so this is going to be a tail cut here we're going to do on the Hellkite Drake. We want to cut his tail for the weapon that he has, because right now we don't really have anything good to use to take out the next boss we're going to fight. So on the way here, we're just going to apply resin and then hit the tail twice, and now we have the Drake sword. Nice. All right. Honestly, one of the scariest parts of the run, this beginning area, went perfectly fine. So now we're going to be making our way up to a major skip in this game called Sin's Gate Skip. As I was saying earlier, we're in this route trying to get to Anorlando as quickly as we can, because the major weapon that we're going to be using for the rest of the run is going to be the Dragon Tooth, and that is in Anorlando. So we really want to get it like quickly, so we don't have to use this Drake sword for the entire run. So we're going to be doing this skip right here. First, we need to quit out though to de-aggro all these enemies, because we have a bunch of enemies chasing after us right now. And okay, that's perfect RNG. This hollow is going to follow us down here. We're going to parry him in a certain spot and riposte and get a death cam trigger here. I'm going to actually do a little safety strat here where I kill this hollow. Nice. Okay. he can catch up with me while I'm trying to rest at this bonfire. But yeah, what happened here is I reposted this hollow at a very specific spot on the stairs to trigger a death cam. And in this state, the game will not load any new assets or deload any assets as well. And it's at the perfect spot to where the gate up ahead for Sin's Fortress is actually not loaded in, but the floor that I want to walk on to go into Sin's Fortress is loaded. So we're going to be able to just walk right into this place without ringing any of the bells and get in here super early. Easy. All right, and we're in Sin's Fortress, just like that. And this is a nice feature of routing. It actually doesn't save time. Like the fastest any percent route for this game actually does not do the skip at all. In any percent, it really doesn't save any time to do Sin's Gate skip. But for this route specifically, we want to get that Dragon Tooth as quickly as possible so we can use it on as many bosses as possible. So you really want to just do Sin's Gate skip as a routing feature for this particular route. And this is going to be the first instance of a glitch called Moose Swap. So what I did there is I did a jump, and as I hit the ground, I queued up a two-hand animation of the bow. And while that animation was taking place, I swapped the bow out for the Drake Sword. And now you see, once I load back into the game, I am two-handing the Drake Sword in my left hand. And in Dark Souls 1, that is not something you can normally do. Normally you cannot two-hand any weapon in your left hand except for the bow. The bow is the only one. And because of that, they don't have anything programmed in that slot while two-handing for the running, rolling, and plunging animations. Because of course a bow does not have a running attack, a rolling attack, or a plunging attack. So instead what the game does is it pulls that information from the right-hand weapon that I'm wielding. So now, whenever I do a running attack, rolling attack, or a plunging attack, it's going to derive that animation from the rapier here. The rapier has this really busted running attack that does these two really quick pokes. And so basically I'm transferring a higher damage weapon onto this really fast double hitbox moveset of the rapier, and it's going to be very overpowered. It's not quite busted yet with the Drake Sword, although it is still pretty good. Whenever I pick up the Dragon Tooth, you'll really see how busted it is. But yeah, see right there, I just did like 2 ticks of damage on that guy. This actually right here is maybe the most difficult fight of this whole run, doing it optimally at least, Iron Golem. So I'm going to try to deal 400 damage to his feet. Oh, he's going to stomp. That's good. All right, there we go. 400 damage, and now he's staggered in just the right spot. And then 200 damage more, and he's going to topple over to the side and just fall to his death. That was actually pretty lucky that he stomped there, because the stomp RNG is not only easier to execute that strat, but it also saves about a second. So that was pretty cool. All right, so we're in Orlando. We're already here. That was quick. So this next section is like, honestly, maybe the worst part of the run. In terms of, it just in like any category, really. It's like this long stretch of just running and having stuff get chucked at your back the whole time. It is not my favorite area to run through. In fact, if anyone wants to find a way to skip this area, please, by all means. I would love that. And we all would love that. That's like the current like holy grail of Dark Souls 1 speedrunning, is skipping this area. I took that bonfire there. That was a safety bonfire, because if I died, I'd go all the way back to Undead Parish. Just like how dangerous and random this area can be. Just want to be safe. All right, so here comes rafters up here. This is like Annoying part number 1 right here. Let's hope this goes well. These guys are really, really annoying sometimes. Okay, we did get hit on the ladder. That's good. There's like really nothing you can do about getting hit on this ladder by daggers that they throw. They actually do a lot of damage to you, but we didn't get hit there. And this guy's playing nice. All right, we're good. Let's do the Namby Rafters. Oh, I missed it. Dang. There's this like skip here that saves like 1 second, but it's really easy to mess up. So I just figured I'd go for it. Of course I don't get it. All right. Well, that's Rafters. They were nice to me. This next part though is still pretty annoying. Mostly when we get over there where the Batwing demons are. I'm gonna have to listen for audio cues as they chuck lightning at my back the whole time. First, we gotta dodge this gargoyle. Yeah, it's being pretty nice. They know I'm doing a marathon run. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it's just like literally just running from one point to the other. There's nothing you do here. You're just trying to go from one place to another. Some categories you actually do stuff here. But a lot of categories, it's just like, yep, I'm just running through here to get to Ornstein and Snow. Which is what this one is. Okay, I actually had to roll an attack there. And right now I'm just listening for them to throw something at me so I can dodge it. Like that. All right. And now I need to listen for this set of archers up here. To hear the timings. All right, we're good to go. All right, he's gonna run off here. That's good. So if he didn't run off there, you can use the R2 of this Drake sword to knock him out of the way. But luckily, he just got out of the way for us. All right, and we're through. So now, actually, in this route, taking this bonfire is not a safety bonfire. Most of the time, you'll see runners take this bonfire in marathons just for safety, but it actually, like, literally need to take this so you can level up. I could have leveled up to the previous one. That was a safety one, but yeah. And now we'll be picking up the weapon that we're going to be using for the rest of the run. Just need to take a trip down here to the basement through this invisible. And this weapon is really going to show you the power of Moose Swap, because it's a big, slow weapon that does a lot of damage and a lot of poise damage. It's usually balanced by the fact that it's very slow. However, we are going to sidestep that restriction using the Moose Swap glitch, and it's going to be hitting very hard and very fast at the same time. Oh, we're also going to be doing an AI break here on ONS, which is a little complicated to explain. I'll try to explain it probably afterwards. Basically, I'm going to be doing a lot of toggles here in a very specific sequence to try to get their AI not to activate. Okay, just need to focus on this. All right. That's a little annoying. Oh my gosh. All right, they're not really playing nicely here. Oh my gosh. Okay. That was very annoying. But we got through it. All right. So normally we do that AI break at the beginning, but as soon as you hit them, they activate. However, it just makes the first phase a lot more consistent because you can just control what happens way more, but they were not super nice to me. So that was like a kind of a mess right there, but that's okay. So what happened there is like, this game checks for, the enemies all check for targets like every 5 seconds. And for some reason, if you are toggling your weapon, the game like makes you inactive for targeting by the enemies for like 3 frames while you're doing that animation. And if you happen to be doing that coinciding with the timer resetting, that AI timer, the enemies just do not notice you at all. So we do these very specific sequences of inputs to make sure that we are toggling on that exact frame every single time. I warped to the wrong spot. Therefore, bypassing all of their AI checks every single time. And you saw me, I had to do a quit out there. That quit out for the AI break resets the AI timer to a consistent time. Yeah, that's a neat trick. If you watch all bosses runs, there's like a ton of those. So yeah, now we have the Lord Vessel, and the main thing we need to do now that we have the Lord Vessel, which we need the Lord Vessel to get into the final area of the game. But now, before we can even get there, we have to ring the bells in order to access Frampt, the Firelink altar. So we are going to be just taking out these bosses real quick with our Dragon Tooth. This Baldur Knight's annoying. All right, we're good. So if you do the fastest any % route, you have to fight this boss with the Drake Sword. And it is way more annoying to fight them with the Drake Sword than it is with this weapon. You will see the power of the Dragon Tooth right here. It is quite noticeable. Easy. And Gargoyle's down. So now we have to go ring the spell. I need to go ahead and equip this for later. All right, so the next segment we're going to be doing is we're going to be going to Quelaag, of course, and ringing the bell in Blighttown. But we will not be entering Blighttown whatsoever. We're going to be doing a really cool skip, my favorite skip in the whole game, called Blighttown Skip. First, we got to warp back. All right, before we do it, though, we're going to kick off Lautrec here. Mostly for his ring. Now, you don't have to do this, but for safety, we're gonna do this because we want to fast roll for the final boss, Gwyn, who is very, very annoying if you do not have the ability to fast roll. So we're literally doing that just for that. Okay, so here is the Blighttown skip that we're gonna be doing. So we're gonna go into this corner here and aim at a certain spot. This is going to set our position in a particular location. And then on the elevator, we're going to back ourselves into a corner. So we're nice and snug there. Aim into another spot. Roll forward and then back step immediately back into the elevator. And that puts us in New Londo for just like a very short amount of time to where the game will load New Londo, but our position is still stored on top. So we just fall. And here we can roll downwards and we are on this tiny little seam, which is very easy to fall off, as I did there. All right, let's see if we can course correct here. All right, here we go. So I'm walking on this very, very tiny 1 pixel wide seam. And at the very end here, I'm going to do a hilt fling, plunge, and then do a roll at the end to not die. And now I'm in Quelaag's domain. That skipped all of Blighttown. I'm going to heal here just for safety. That skip is awesome. It is pretty tough to do, but it is really cool. Puts us right at Quelaag. Okay, she's being not the nicest here, but that's okay. All right. All right, so now we are done with the bell ringing portion. So now we have the main pieces that we need to access the final area. We have the Lord Vessel, and we have the bells rang. And normally what you would have to do is you would have to go and kill all these bosses afterwards, like Seath the Scaleless and Four Kings, and acquire all these Lord Souls to offer them to the Lord Vessel in order to open the door to get to the final area. But we are not going to do that. We are going to be doing a glitch called a wrong warp in order to bypass having to do that entire requirement. We're going to use Petrus for this. Hello to Petrus, everybody. Oh, I said no to Petrus. That's not good. All right. There we go. He's got a few items that we want.
Now.
All right, we're going to buy Homeward. We're going to buy a Thorlin Talisman here. First, we need to go rest at the Lord Vessel up here in the Firelink Altar, which we just opened by ringing the bells. And by resting here, this places our last bonfire location here, of course. And what we're going to do is we are going to cast Homeward with the animation of Fireball, and that allows us to walk around while we're casting it, and we can rest at this bonfire while warping to the other one, and that confuses the game, and it doesn't know where to place us because we're resting at a new bonfire while trying to warp to a previous one. So what it does, it just takes us to the default map location for the area of the previous bonfire, which just so happens to be past the door in the Kiln of the First Flame. And now we're on our way to the final boss. And this is the portion of the run where you would spam your Franker Z's in chat. So we're on our way to hopefully kill the last boss. This guy is actually really annoying. Oh, okay. Don't do that. Okay, we're gonna have to redo this. That's okay. So what I was trying to do there was trying to do a move swap.
Sorry.
But I jumped a little too early on that.
Oh, no.
So I just fell off and died. I've actually never made that mistake before. That's amazing. That's okay. It only takes a second to redo it. Yeah, it's just like slightly more optimal to take that corner and jump over that gap while you're executing the move swap glitch. But if you mess up the jump, you fall and die. I wasn't expecting that to happen. Yeah, we're gonna blame it being 2 in the morning. All right, let's not jump over the huge hole to move swap this time. And so as long as you don't fall in any holes, it's a pretty straightforward run to the final boss here. There's these Black Knights here, but there's some pretty good strats to like not get hit by them if you know what you're doing. Really, the most dangerous thing is Gwyn. Gwyn is actually a really annoying boss in this game if you fight him with move swap, because he can do all kinds of crazy things. But if he starts to act up, we're just going to quit out and redo the fight. It'll be fine. All right, what do you got for us, Gwen? All right. Okay, that's good. Good start. Oh my God, Gwen. Okay. We're just gonna roll with it. I said I was gonna quit out, and then I just don't quit out. Okay, he was nice to us. Cool. Well, Gwen, well, he was semi-nice to us, but yeah, nice enough to not kill us. So time is coming up whenever the credits appear. And time.
GG.
Nice. Here, let me get past that because that's really loud. Let's see what the in-game time was. I bet it was like 25 or something. Yeah, 25:04. Nice. That wasn't too bad, other than the death and the kill. That was a good one. But yeah, that's Dark Souls any percent. Pretty simple, straightforward run. There's not a whole lot of difficult stuff in it. There's a few tough tricks if you like really want to optimize your time, but you don't have to do them like Blighttown Skip. You can start off from a beginner route. If you're just getting into speedrunning this game, I would recommend running this category for like your first category for this game, because it's just so you get introduced to all the basic stuff for speedrunning it, but without having to be overwhelmed. Like some runners like to come into this game and just jump straight into all bosses, and that's fine if you want to do that, but just be aware that like that can be really intimidating and a lot of work. If you don't want that, if you want something more simple, I highly recommend this any percent category. It's real nice and easy to jump into. But yeah, I'm Regal. I speedrun these games. If you want to watch some more Dark Souls speedruns, check out my channel. And that's it for me. Stick around for more Souls runs coming up later, guys.
Thank you so much. And yeah, absolutely fantastic run and runner. Be sure to check him out. And I mean, check everybody out who's on this showcase. Everybody here is a great runner. Check them all out. But yeah, thank you so much. That was a great run. Really appreciate you being on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We've got more coming up for you, so we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with Elden Ring any percent. See y'all in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are, this evening we are showcasing some Souls games. Before we get into it, just a quick reminder, Sonic and the Sidekicks is coming up June 1st and 2nd. So if you speedrun a game with any of Sonic's friends in it, you can use !Sonic in chat for more information. With all that said, we have Elden Ring up next. Or now, I guess. I'll hand it over to the runner commentary, let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to GDQ Hotfix. I am Blanks. I am an Elden Ring speedrunner. I run 80% glitchless, and I am currently holding 7th place on the leaderboard. I formerly held record. I'm joined here by my commentator, Mitch Riz, so please introduce yourself, Mitch.
Hey, I'm Mitch Riz. I also speedrun Elden Ring 80% glitchless. I've never been quite so high on the leaderboard as Blanks has been, but I've done decently for myself, held world record in some of the more glitched categories, and I do other games like Sekiro, Lies of P, other Souls-like stuff. But yeah, here to help out Blanks with the commentary.
Yeah, thank you very much for showing up, Mitch. The run here is going to be about just over, I want to say, an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes. Let's see how the strats go. I am ready, though, to give a countdown if you guys are ready.
Yep, we're all set.
All right, we will start from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, so starting out here, we are going to start in the Chapel of Anticipation. It is the starting location for every Elden Ring speedrun. It's a little tutorial area that takes, just under 40 seconds to complete. We're going to start out, we're going to load in, we're going to toggle to our shield, grab this finger, which we apparently need to open the door for some reason. We're going to take off our arrows, and we are going to equip our bow for the first little tech of the run. It's called a bow cancel. We're going to jump up on this platform right here, and we're going to try to two-hand our bow in midair. We did hit it. The idea behind a bow cancel is to cancel the falling animation. So yeah, Mitch, you want to give us a little background on the run, I guess, while I get this little starting running section going?
Ooh, the run as a whole, it's gone through a lot of different things since the start of Elden Ring. Basically, we early on figured out that the most important thing is being able to get a powerful weapon and being able to upgrade it early. Unsurprising, of course. With the big open world of it, we looked around for a lot of powerful weapons that we could get early, and we found that one that was kind of directly on the route that we needed was the Serpent Hunter. So the Serpent Hunter is especially good as a weapon because it has a somber stone upgrade requirement. There's two different types of upgrade materials in the game. There's regular smithing stones and somber smithing stones, and somber ones are a lot easier to get, the ones that you need a lot earlier. So that was the route for a very, very long time until eventually someone sort of theorized, okay, what if we shook up the entire route, took an entirely different path to get into the end game, and instead used a different weapon called the Bloodhound's Fang instead. So that has been the meta now for about a year, I think, is
pretty much a year
when it was. Yeah.
Yep.
And so now the entire route is basically, we need to separately do a few things. We need to get our weapon, we need to get our upgrade materials, and we need to get runes in order to upgrade it. And then lastly, we need to be able to get access to the capital. So those are basically all the different things that we're going to be doing, not necessarily in that order, but those are our 4 orders of business before we can kind of cruise through the rest of the game.
Yeah. So well said, Mitch. That's basically an overview of the run as a whole. We are going to head into the Church of Ella. We're going to stop at Kale. We need to purchase a couple items for the run. We need some supplies. We're going to grab 11 throwing daggers and the crafting kit. I will explain what the throwing daggers do later, but the crafting kit allows us to craft multiple various different items in the game. The only thing we really care about, though, are bleed grease, which is kind of like the pine resin equivalent in Dark Souls 1, 2, 3. The idea here is we're going to pick up these root resins, these little pickups on the ground here. We want at least 4, but I am going to, however, grab as many as I possibly can because in a no reset setting, we're going to need to have as many consumables as possible in case of any kind of, unwarranted events happening. The goal here is basically to get to this gatefront Grace. We need to unlock the horse. We need to unlock Torrent for the run. He's very, very important, obviously, because he is way faster than our normal running speed. So we are going to be resting here. We're going to trigger the scripted nighttime appearance of our maiden for the run, Melina. And she is going to give us our Honda Accord, aka Torrent. And yeah, as Mitch said, our goal is to kind of complete this objective of getting to the Altus Plateau as quick as possible. Our objective is to grab 2 halves of the Dectus medallion, so we can go ahead and we can head towards the Grand Lift of Dectus, which will get us to like the midpoint in the game around the Altus Plateau. Yeah, gonna be riding our horse here down into this ruin, the Dragon Burnt Ruins. It has a chest in it, but has a surprise for us. When you open up the chest, it'll actually there will be no weapon inside or no kind of equipment. It'll instead spew out this kind of smoke, and we will be teleported over to a later game area. So I don't know, Mitch, you want to give us a little background on... I'm dodging some rats here. Hopefully we don't get stun locked. Okay. You want to give us a little background here on what's kind of the goal of getting these medallion pieces and how it kind of is faster in a way than the old traditional route of doing these runs?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, basically in order to get to the Altus Plateau, which is kind of the mid game area, so you're kind of locked into a few early game areas until you get access to the Altus Plateau that gets you into the mid game areas. So there are a few ways to do this. The common 2, actually the common 3, I guess you could say, are getting the Dectus medallions, which lets you take the Dectus lift up. There is then getting abducted into the Volcano Manor, and from Volcano Manor, you can just exit directly out into Altus Plateau. And the third is there's just kind of a direct path up the mountain up to Altus, but that path is particularly long and slow, and there's a boss at the end to kill, so that one's never really been viable. We used to go through the Volcano Manor, which was actually pretty quick, honestly, all things considered. But
coming up here, we do have a skip. I will let you finish that in a minute. We do have what's called Cellular Skip coming up. I'm going to be timing a few jumps on Torrent. I'm going to be climbing up these branches very, very carefully. that is slightly a skip. It did go by quickly, but here's another skip here. It's called ball skip. We're going to skip the 2 rolling boulders that would then be rolling onto your face, which you would not want. So we're going to be doing a little bit more parkour here. So yeah, sorry to cut you off there, but that is the first real skip of the run. But yeah, Mitch, you can go ahead and you can finish your thought there while I rested this grace. We're going to be teleporting to the round table hold for the first time. We need to untrap ourselves from Kaled, and doing so, we will also be sent to the round table hold. So yeah, Mitch, finish your thought, please, on the last route to the Altus Plateau.
Yeah, I kind of forgot that route skips the balls there. I've just always gone up that branch. It just seemed like such a normal way to get up. But yeah. So we used to go through Volcano Manor, which got us the Serpent Hunter kind of as a byproduct of that. We got to go into the Volcano Manor, which got us Serpent Hunter, and then immediately out into Altus. It was pretty quick, but we basically found that instead we can grab the Dectus medallions, which both of them are a little bit out of the way, but actually not too far out of the way from where we want to go anyway, to get some of our upgrade materials and to get our weapon that we want. And so we can basically just go directly up to Altus without having to take any detour through Volcano Manor again. It ends up being a couple minutes faster in total through the route overall.
Yeah, so that's kind of like the main reason. We wanted to give a little bit of background on this routing change that did go through around this time last year. Because some of you that may have, taken a break from watching these speedruns or haven't really seen it in a while, or just seeing it for the first time and curious what the fastest route through the game is, we figured out that the Dectus route is just a couple minutes faster because pretty much everything you need for the run is on the way, surprisingly enough. We're going to be picking up the right half of the medallion here in Fort Faroth, as well as a important talisman for the run. So everything kind of works out so that we can... on route, pick up these very, very useful components of the run. The Serpent Hunter route, it's very, very strong. The only downside is the long setup time. We do enter the capital around 2 minutes quicker on this route. So yeah, just going to be running to the fort here, and we're going to be doing another bow cancel, and we'll be on our way to the Radagon Sorceal, which is going to give us +5. I'm going to pick up a quick rune here, sorry. It's going to give us +5 to each of our combat stats, those being strength, dexterity, health, and endurance. So there it is. There's the Radagon Sorceal. And then I'll be warping back to the first step, and we're going to be on our way towards the left half of the Dectus Medallion, located in Fort Height, which is back in Limgrave.
Yes, along the way, we're going to grab a Grace that we're going to be using a little bit later in order to get our actual weapon for the run, the Bloodhound's Fang. But yeah, basically, we're just accomplishing those goals of collecting our weapon and starting to get access into that mid-game area of Altus Plateau.
Yeah. Normally what you would be doing...
Oh, sorry, you first.
I was going to say, normally what you'd be doing now is you'd be pretty much on your way to the Raya Lucaria Academy, and because that would give you access to that abductor that would send you to the Volcano Manor. Then you would fight a Godskin Noble with like a +3 Uchi Katana. So just very, very time consuming.
Yeah, for sure. And just to explain a little bit about those bow cancels that Blanks mentioned, basically how they work is that as you are landing, normally there's sort of a little stopping animation as you land, but if you are in any weapon animation, you will finish your weapon animation instead. So it was basically created so that you could jump and do a jumping attack and land with a jumping attack. But swapping weapons also counts as a weapon animation. So we can land with that swapping animation, and if we do it at just the right time, it cancels the landing, and we get to immediately start moving again without having to wait through an entire weapon swing.
Yeah, and you would normally, like, depending on the fall distance, you get, like, various numbers of, like, I guess you could call it tiers of hard landings, and you can pretty much bypass all of that with a bow cancel, and they're very, very powerful. They're definitely like an underrated source of time save, I would say, in this run. But they do have a little bit of a skill ceiling, like Mitch said. It is timing based. You have to time them based on the distance of the fall. So yeah, we're gonna be heading towards Fort Height here. You'll see me slashing when I'm jumping on my horse. It kind of makes me land a little bit quicker. There's a tiny little time save there. We're gonna be stopping at this merchant. We're gonna be grabbing 10 sleep arrows for this guy, or for a boss way later in the game. I will not reveal just yet. But just know, keep that in the back of your head. We do need these arrows later. I'm going to be taking off my bow as well to potentially get what's called a stand-up skip, where when we load back into the game off of something like a quit out or, you know, like a warping animation, we have a potential of skipping the actual stand-up animation. And that requires having your bow and your arrows taken off. So yeah, while we're in Fort Height here, we're just grabbing some materials for the run. We're grabbing blood roses. We're grabbing, right here is the Nomadic Warriors Cookbook that will allow us to craft the bleeding grease. That is why the crafting kit's important, because we need that to craft in this game. And while we are heading up, we're going to be giving this guy a little bit of a kick in the face, bop, and that will make him not follow us for the climb of this ladder right here, and we will be breaking combat, and we will be completely through Fort Height unscathed.
Yeah, we need to break that combat so we can actually warp out. Otherwise, the game will not let you warp if you are stuck in combat.
Yep. So if we can get the chest skip here, we do land on the chest. Right there, it's I don't know what you'd call it, I guess like chest skip, but if you land on the chest, you can actually like press the input to open the chest, and it'll make you kind of slide off, and then you can grab the item before the animation completes. So tiny little time save there. But yeah, like I mentioned before, I took off my bow and my arrows because there is a little animation here that I want to skip. We're heading up Stormhill. We're going to be grabbing the Stormhill Shack site of Grease for later. You could be wondering to yourself why we're not going to be fighting Margit just yet. But if you are unfamiliar with Elden Ring speedruns, we do need our weapon upgraded. It is just way faster to get set up first before you start dealing damage. We only have a +0 Uchi Katana here. We can't really afford to make any detours here just yet. So yeah, what I'm doing there is I'm doing a pivot as I tap the button to light the site of Grease, and then I'm opening up my map while I'm pivoting. And then as the grease gets lit on my map, I just go ahead and I click on it to confirm the warp. Little stand-up skip there. We don't get the stand-up animation, saves around 2 seconds as a squirrel is blocking my way, unfortunately. We are heading towards a small little chasm skip here. I'm going to see if I can land it first try.
That's good.
Very nice. So this skip is not necessary. It is way faster, so I mean, if you do want to save a chunk of time, definitely look into doing that skip. It's not necessary, but what it does skip is we are able to get into Liurnia without going through Castle Stormvale. Little known fact, I guess, if you're new to the game, you do not have to clear Castle Stormvale to get to Liurnia. This find basically enabled speedrunners to, like we just said, get your weapon set up before you're able to fight any of the bosses. This little side path here is responsible for like 90% of the early game of these runs. We're going to be doing a little bit of parkour down these rocks, and now we are on our way to a teleporter. We're going to be teleported to the Railukoria Academy through the Purified Ruins teleporter. And yeah, we're going to be on our way to the blacksmith of the run. And people always talk about how setup time in these runs is always like really long, and you know, it's not the most entertaining part of the run. But honestly, like this round in particular, the 90% glitchless run, I feel like has one of the most efficient uses of setup time, I guess, out of any category, because after the 16 minutes of setup is over, we are pretty much set up for the run, and it will be a boss rush till the end of the game.
Yeah, there definitely is still setup at the start, but I think it's not as, you know, as bad as it used to be, and not as bad as a lot of people will, you know, put on it as though like, oh, this is, you know, terrible run. There's so much setup, but there is interesting tech in it, and it does go by relatively quickly as you're doing runs.
Especially if you're commentating. That makes it go by way faster.
Here, basically, he took the teleporter to Railukoria. Not actually go to Railukoria at all, but just because it gets us to another teleporter that gets us to EG, and EG is the person who we're going to use to upgrade all of our weapons. He's a blacksmith and is a faster blacksmith to get to than the one in the round table hold, as well as having some materials for us to buy later. Not quite yet, but we'll come back to it.
Yeah. So, like on that same point that we were talking about with the setup thing, like I've kind of warmed up. I'm not saying that I don't like setup by any means, but I feel like this run has a very, very efficient setup time, because last month I did do a 90% no-hit run of this game, and that setup is way longer. The 90%
setup
no
is
hit setup,
crazy.
it has you going to Volcano Manor by taking Raya's hand. So you can get the Assassin's Gambit Ash of War, which basically turns you like invisible. So like getting all that and then plus the weapon for the run, plus the upgrades, that's like a 40-minute setup time. So I'm honestly thankful for the setup time of this game after doing a no-hit run. Or sorry, of this category.
I just want to point
So,
out
yeah.
you kind of breezed through it, but that was a clean. There's an invisible wall there that you have to break and then quit out immediately. And I just want to point that was really smooth. That's way better than I do it. I always go around just because that wall gets me stuck so often.
Oh yeah, with the throwing daggers, I just had this idea one day. I was like, oh, what if I just throw a dagger at the wall? And then I just did it one time, and it ended up working out. So yeah, so here we're just gonna be heading. We're gonna be heading through Liurnia. We have collected both pieces of the Dectus Medallion. We are on our way to the Altus Plateau, and you guys can just see like the routing at its best. Honestly, I feel like whoever like was responsible for most of the routing. I know it's not just one person, but like whoever thought of this route is absolutely like very, very good at what they do, because this route, you unlock the blacksmith for the run, you unlock the Grand Lip of Dectus, and you get you end up getting a grace, like a checkpoint way later in Altus Plateau, all in like it's just so smooth. As someone who like loves routing and speedruns, like this is a very, very well routed run. So props to, I think it was Nuclear Pasta Tom and Distortion and a few others that really were leading the charge on the routing of this run. So definitely hats off to them.
Mm-hmm. And there we just went by a merchant and Blanks picked up a bow. So we actually start with a bow with the class that you currently have. And in the world record level strategy, you can just use that bow for the entire time. But the bow that we just bought is a bit faster to fire arrows out. And so that'll be very helpful for later when we need to fire arrows out quickly on a boss coming up.
Yeah, so the changes that they made to bows in Elden Ring, I don't think it's present in any of their Souls games. Maybe Dark Souls 3, I don't really remember. They might have like a rolling arrow or something, but in Elden Ring, you have access to not only the rolling arrow, but a jumping arrow and then a sprinting arrow on on these short bows. So when the route was first developed, we thought like, oh, you know, like these are definitely like the best bows that you can get your hands on. So we pretty much routed that one right there because that one is very, very efficient. We used our runes from Fort Faroth to grab that bow. But yeah, like Mitch did point out, you can just use the longbow, but the longbow is way slower and only has access to that jumping attack. So we are going to be, for consistency's reasons, using the short bow for the entire run. And here we are in about just under 20 minutes. We're in the Altus Plateau. Like I was saying, this route is about as efficient as Elden Ring gets. Yeah, so our goal now is we're going to head towards our checkpoint. We're not going to be heading all the way through to the capital just yet. We need to unlock a checkpoint in the Altus Plateau, and you guys will see pretty much like the reason why this category even like works, like this route in particular with the Bloodhound's Fang even works. Like I was saying, like all the routing just kind of comes together. Here we're going to be rounding up the steps of this capital outskirt ramparts, whatever you want to call it. Gonna be picking up a couple of golden seeds, just gonna be horsing around a little bit more. It's almost over, guys. The horsing is almost over, I promise you.
Yeah, we have basically set up, so for those 4 objectives that I talked about, getting our weapon, getting our upgrades, getting runes for levels, and getting access to the later game areas, we basically so far have kind of accomplished one of those. We've got access to Altus, and the next thing that we're going to do is actually to get our runes that we want. So
yes,
we'll see that. The best way to get runes in this game by far is killing bosses. So there's a boss that we have to kill anyway, and if we kill him early, we get a whole lot of runes that are going to help us to get strong early.
Yeah, so one question I get a lot when I'm doing these runs, we do end up passing the dragon in Grail's Dragon Barrow. I get asked a lot, why don't we kill that dragon? And I mean, that is a valid point because there is the flail available in one of those chests in the gatefront grace. You could just grab that, slap some bleed grease on it, and I'm sure that would do very, very well against it. I'm sure that would be wonderful. However, the reason why this route works is because this next boss coming up ahead is like, I guess you could count it as like a mid-late game boss, and people that have like fully built up characters even struggle on this boss. And so that's a very, very valid like question. But as you'll see right here, this is pretty much the reason why this route works. Compared to Serpent Hunter route, we would kind of be, I think at this point you have like a +6 or like a +7 Serpent Hunter. And then you come out, I think it's from the west, you come out of Volcano Manor and you end up around here. And then you go fight the Draconic Tree Sentinel. Sorry, words. But anyway, you just fight it straight up. Here, as you'll notice, we don't have any runes built into our character. No weapon upgrades. The only thing we have to our name is a +0 Uchi Katana, some throwing daggers, some bleed grease, and the Radagon sword seal. So we're not exactly ready for combat yet. So as you guys will see, there is a strat here that we are going to do for the boss. The Draconic Tree Sentinel are coming up, and it is one of my favorite strats of all time, pretty much. And it makes this run viable. And I'm very, very thankful that it exists, because this route, in my opinion, is I like it so much more. So yeah, the idea behind this strat is we're going to aggro the Tree Sentinel, and we're going to kind of intimidate him, have him chase me. The idea is to kind of stand like I like to stand this line right here, wait for him to chase us. We did get a fireball, that's okay. We're going to run towards the edge right here. We're going to parry him, and we're going to knock him off the map. Goodbye, Mr. Draconic Tree Sentinel. It was nice knowing you.
Goodbye, Tree Sentinel. Thank you for the runes.
So yeah. Yep. That is a free 50,000 runes for the rest of the run. It's going to help tremendously setting up our character. Not having to fight that boss is massive. It's the reason why this run works. So yeah, that was massive.
Yeah, so he gives 50,000 runes, which is enough to get a whole bunch of levels here, which basically enables the entire build that we're going to be doing. We also got our golden seeds, so we can get more flask charges and allocate them mostly to mana. We're not expecting to take a lot of damage, but we will need our mana for various weapon arts that we're going to do. And here we're going to use a blood grease and go into the Bloodhound Darrywill fight. He drops the weapon we want. It can be pretty scripted if you do it just right, but it is very tight on the inputs.
Yes, I will walk you guys through it. So the idea here, we're going to try to get an unsheath attack off on him as he's spawning in. And then in R1, then you want to space these two attacks right here. The second unsheath stuns, third unsheath, another R1 will stun, and then a fourth unsheath. That is kind of like the gold standard for runs is to get that. There are some wild patterns you can get on this boss, but that's about as best as you can hope for. So yeah, now we have the weapon for the run, and now we're going back to the blacksmith EG, and he will be selling us these somber synthetic stones that we need for this run. We're gonna grab 1 through 4, and as you guys can tell, somber weapons are like infinitely easier to upgrade than smithing weapons, because right now we have a +4 weapon. And now what we're going to do is we're going to be using that to collect another piece of the puzzle. We're going to be going for the Limgrave Tree Sentinel, and you guys are going to see the power of the Bloodhound's Fang here in a second. We're going to jump off our horse. We're going to go for a weapon art. We're going to see if we can chain it. We can. Going to play a little bit safe, go for a stagger, and I will show off the iframes here of the Bloodhound Ashvor. Looks like I miscalculated my stamina. That's okay. We just need... Okay.
Oh,
listen,
wow.
That is not what I expected to happen, but it's okay. It's okay. I need a second to breathe. Mitch, you can commentate while I recover myself. So yeah, this is the Tree Sentinel in Limgrave.
Luckily, doing it the second time is the exact same as the first. There's no like downside. We don't need our runes anymore. They're wasted anyway. So basically, yeah. So the goal is basically to get exact hits in to get the stagger that he needs. So you can use the Bloodhound's Fang to iframe through a lot of his attacks. It counts as sort of like the Bloodhound step. And good stagger. Okay. Oh, enough stamina. Nice. Iframe through that big hit, and just one more should do it. Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent.
Listen. He took one off me, but I win in the end. That's all that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're gonna quit out to make him die a little bit quicker. gonna get the golden halberd. You could be wondering to yourself why we're killing this boss in the first place if it's optional. We need the golden halberd. It's not a weapon that we use for damage, but as I head into the stake skip here, I'm gonna be doing a jump, and as soon as the camera goes into death cam, I'll be doing a second jump, and we are going to be intentionally dying, and we're gonna be falling down into the Radahn's arena. We're gonna be using his Stake of America. Not Stake of America, Stake of America, sorry.
Stake of America, got it.
Falling into his arena and dying on purpose so we can spawn outside the arena as if we had died in the arena. That is called the stake skip. Allowed in glitchless runs. One of the more controversial opinions, but I personally am a big fan of it. Anyway, heading into the Radahn fight here. We're going to be heading backwards on our horse to deload him. And then when he loads back in, he's going to completely miss his arrow. I'm over here, buddy. You can aim at me now, okay? And instead of taking out his bow again, he's going to be heading towards me on his horse, little Lenny. We want to bait out an attack here. Okay, we didn't get it. That's fine. We can just go out of range for a second. There it is. Okay, so it's going to be 4 R1s here. Hopefully I can get all 4. Okay, we did get all 4. We're going to use more Ashes of War. We're going to try to strafe around him, squeeze it in R1. We need to get 2 more Ashes of War to build up some bleed and some stagger. 2 more R1s, and then 1 more will stagger. Want to aim our weapon art backwards, then forwards. Take the riposte, and it will be 2 more to finish him off. There it is. That is Radahn. The Radahn 1 cycle. I'm very, very happy that it went well this time. Because he can sometimes fly away from you.
Yeah, the hardest part there is definitely getting the riposte there. So that was a beautiful angle to hit his face and get the turnaround to get the riposte. It's a very, very small window of where you can stand in to get that, and you don't have a lot of time to get there. So that was an excellent kill.
Yeah, so here, sadly, we're going to have to take out our friend, our beloved Alexander. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. Miyazaki put the best talisman in the game on your body. Yeah, so anyway, killing Alexander awards you the Warrior Jar Shard, which increases our Ash of War damage by 10%. I do have a guest appearance from Pot Friend. He's still alive, guys. Here he is. He lives on in our soul. Hell yeah. All right.
In our soul. Let's go.
So we are on our way to Castle Stormvale. We're going to be taking that. We're going to be warping back to the Stormhill Shack race. We're going to be setting up for Margit. Instead of doing it earlier in the game, obviously waiting until later when we have a +4 weapon, it's going to obviously be way more efficient use of our time. Margit fight here goes by pretty quickly, so the idea here is to get a quick stagger and then recover a little bit of stamina and then finish off the fight. So yeah. Do you want to explain what's going to be happening in the next couple of minutes, Mitch? What our goal is of being in the castle in the first place?
Yeah, so the whole reason that we were here killing Margit and then Godric after is because in order to access the Lanedell capital, you need 2 Great Runes. And so that means that we have to kill 2 of 4, I think technically you have 5 options, but the 4 main options would be Godric, Radahn, Renala, or Rykard. And so Renala is through Raya Lucaria Academy, just takes a bit too long to get through there. Rykard is through Volcano Manor, used to be done in the Serpent Hunter route, but Radahn and Godric are both not too difficult to get to, pretty fast to get to, using the skips and the graces that we already had available to us. So here we basically just go through the main gate of Stormvale Castle, which is very dangerous. We're going to get shot at a lot, but hopefully make it through relatively unscathed into the Godric fight, where we can get our 2nd Great Rune. We already have 1 from Radahn.
Yeah. So running through the main gate of Castle Stormvale, the way that you trigger this is by talking to Gostock and telling him, "No, I'm good. I won't take your dangerous side path. I'll take my chances through the main gate." As you can see, it is as dangerous as he makes it up to be. Coming up here and do a little bit of a timed jump. Gonna trigger both ballistas and then jump. Very nice. And then getting through these last 2 doors here. And we're pretty much through main gate, I would say. Gonna equip these kookaries here. Barring a birds incident, there are birds here that have very sharp talons. We do not want to mess with them. But yeah, this passage through Castle Stormvale is very, very quick. For those of you on your first playthrough, you probably went through the side passage. It looks intimidating to go through the ballistas, but it is way faster, way more efficient. So you'll be utilizing this main gate here. Definitely infamous for, you know, lots of deaths, lots of incidents. But yeah, heading on over to Godric here, going to be utilizing the Warrior Jar Shard finally, because we did get a talisman pouch from killing Margit. Godric is going to be, he has 2 different openers that he can do. We will see which one we get, and we have to react accordingly. The idea is to get a charger or 2 into an R1 and then some couple weapon art attacks. Here we're getting the opener 1, it looks like. Going to do a charge attack and the axe will fly over my head. We're going to see if we can space these correctly. Okay, we do get the stagger.
Beautiful.
Very nice. Yeah, the fight's pretty much over at this point. We're going to be triggering the phase transition now, along with the bleed proc. And then we're going to be quitting out as he dies. And what this will do is it will speed up the sequence of him doing a little speech. He says, "I'm the Lord of all that is golden." But instead, if you just quit out, you can actually skip all of that. And as soon as you hear the audio cue, you can go ahead and you can warp out. So that's the Godric fight, went by pretty quickly. So yeah, now that, like Mitch explained, we have 2 great runes and we did enter the round table holds. We've fulfilled all of the prerequisites to enter the capital. We're going to be leveling up our dexterity here, 242. Going to rune up a little bit into dex. We're going to be having a little bit of a skip coming up here. Now, there are 2 ways of doing the skip. I will try to show off both. The first of which I'll be showing off is the more risky variant. But yeah, there are 2 ways to do the skip. The new way that was found, I believe, by Mitch during a no quit out tournament, I believe, was when they found the skip that I'm referring to. But yeah, I will try the more difficult version of it coming up here in a second. The goal here is to light the East Capital Rampart Grace, and we want to skip down to the streets of Leyndell instead of just running through the rooftops like normal. We're also going to be dropping this Dragon Claw for easier menuing. So yeah, we're going to be lighting this Grace, then quitting out as we're pivoting. That'll just skip the stand-up animation as we load in. So yeah, do you want to explain, Mitch, I guess, you know, the different routes through Leyndell and which one I'm going to be taking today?
Oh yeah, so basically the goal is we need to get down to the bottom of Leyndell in order to get there, and almost first try.
Almost got it first try.
Yeah, he's trying to land down on this lower ledge so that from there we can jump down without dying from fall damage. It's really tough to do. That's why there's sort of multiple ways to do it. There used to be a super easy way, but it got patched out. And so now we have to land there. Not quite still.
I will do it like 2 more times, and then I'll do it the way that I've been doing it for a while now.
Yeah, there is some easier setups that you can use using like exact angles with bows and back steps and things like that. But the fastest way is just to jump off and punch. And if you curve around just right, you can barely land on that little edge.
Let me cook. One more. Let me cook.
All right. He's got this. He's got this.
Here it is.
It's good.
Oh my god. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna do the safe way. Listen, the idea is you just land on the platform, okay? You're not really missing out on much. You just land on the platform. I tried my best. It is what it is. Okay, I will show you guys the consistent setup that I've been using in my own runs because I have a little bit of a skill issue on this version. You want to take out your bow, and what I like to do is hold the L2 for Mighty Shot. While aiming with my mouse, I'll land on this platform here, and I want to aim my compass 1 tick north of east, and then line up my right foot so that it's on this little corner. And then I turn around and then I backstep, then I hold forward on my stick. And that is proved to be near 100% consistency on what, as you guys just saw, is one of the hardest skips for me to pull off consistently. So yeah.
Speaking of, he's going right into another ridiculously hard skip here. I cannot believe you're going for this in a marathon, actually. But we've got a skip across a bridge, a broken bridge, that we call Dist Ruined My Life skip, because when it was found, we were all cursing the day that it was found, and Dist ruining all of our lives with this skip.
Yeah, so the way that Dist actually found it is kind of fascinating. He was watching a video by Souls creator Yimfa, I believe is how you pronounce it. It was an Elden Ring video called Elden Ring without moving my left stick. I believe it was some meme run where you couldn't like move your stick. And so Yimfa pioneered a skip across the bridge and just kind of looked at that and said, huh, I wonder if I can make that with just jumps. And it turns out you can. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be aggroing this lion, and we're going to be putting out to reset that aggro. We'll be grabbing a Hero's Rune 2 for 25,000 runes, I believe. And then we will be doing a sequence of jumps across the bridge. Hopefully, I can get them first try. I am very confident in this skip. We will see how it goes, though. I use the Uchi Katana. Others use their fists for this skip. So yeah, I will see if I can get this first try. Let me focus up. So first one, second jump, third jump, fourth jump, and fifth jump. Very nice.
Oh my god. That was too clean. Wow.
Yeah,
he did not make it look difficult, but trust me, that is one of the hardest skips in the game. I have practiced that for so many hours, and I am not even close to that consistent. That is...
See,
like, all of those little ledges are so thin, very easy to slip off if you even move an inch left or right. And so you have to kind of get these exact angles as you are doing the jump itself. It is very fast.
Yeah, someone in my chat actually said that I used the Uchi Katana. And I was like, you're crazy. There's no way Uchi Katana is good. And I love it. I use it all the time now for the skip. I really love it. So yeah, we're going to be heading into the next boss, Golden Godfrey, the golden spirit form of the Godfrey first Elden Lord boss. This boss is one of the most random bosses of the entire game. I will probably die. I'm just telling you guys right now, we have very little HP. We are going to start out with a golden vow to increase our damage by 15% and our defenses by 10. I'll put my full armor set on. I will start out with a kukri. We're going to drink a flask. We want to bait out an attack. We got it. Very nice. We need to iframe this attack right here. It's very important. Okay. Looks like we got what we wanted, but we need to bait out a jump. We did get it, but that was not the correct timing that I was looking for. We will go for a weapon art here. Hopefully we can go ahead and follow it up. Looks like we can, and we can just go for another one here. Wait for him to finish his combo. The fight should be over now? Question mark. We will see if I can...
Just one hit after. Yeah, you got this.
I'll just do a jump attack. Yeah, normally you can do another weapon art, but I will opt to do a normal attack there. I am also going to quit out here because there's an enemy at the fog gate that wants to get at me so bad. He literally would peeking his head in like peekaboo with his spear. And if you get close to that, he will hit you through the wall. So we're going to be quitting out there. Yeah, that is Golden Godfrey. I'm so glad that went well, actually.
And here we are grabbing our Somber Smithing Stone 5. So being in the capital with a +4 weapon is maybe actually slightly less than what you might expect to have at this point in the game. We've kind of been neglecting a lot of the Somber Stones because they've been a little out of the way, but that one was very close to a boss we needed to kill anyway. We'll get to +5, and then we'll end up getting the 6, 7, 8, and 9 all coming up in the Mountaintop of the Giants. Actually, is it maybe... Sorry, 6, 7, and 8. I think the 9 is a little after.
Yeah. So I'm going to grab the 5s and instantly use those to upgrade to +5. It's a little bit of a safety strat here because the next boss coming up, Morgott, is very, very scary in a marathon setting, honestly. Like, he's not, like, the most scary boss, in my opinion, but, like, in a marathon where you can't just reset the run when it doesn't go your way, it's very, very scary. So I will just be upgrading to +5 for a little bit extra insurance. I will also be doing a little bit of a cool RTA strat. You could just quit out, but I will try to sneak past this Black Knife Assassin, make sure I don't aggro it. Very nice. And I'm going to be grabbing the Grace up here, just in case I die. I can retry the fight. I have extra bleed grease as well. As long as I have, I believe, one more for Fire Giant, I think I'm good for bleed grease. I don't think I use any more. So yeah, if I die, it's okay. I don't need to level up a save file just yet. I have a couple of attempts. So yeah, Morgott here is going to be one of the most precise boss strats. I will not be talking through it because I just need to focus here. But I guess Bitch can take it away if he wants to.
Yeah, the basic thing that we need to do is we need to get an exact number of hits on him so that we can set up a stagger right before he would phase transition. Also using the throwing dagger to keep his posture up so that his stagger won't reset. That was a good attack to get. Okay, one more and we should be able to stagger him. Excellent. So now we're going to take the riposte here before he transitions into the second phase. Immediately after, we're going to get a hit while he's standing up, which is not going to phase transition him. Follow up. Okay, he jumped back. That's okay. The next hit is going to cause the phase transition, and then we just need to proc a bleed so that he will die before we do.
It looks like I'm done with damage here. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah.
That is why I did +5, by the way. Yeah, that's why I did +5, because what can happen there is like you guys saw, he jumped away from me, which is not good. You want him to like try to attack you. That way you can iframe his attack with the follow-up weapon art of the Bloodhound's Fang, and then you will then just like you will phase transition him, and you can just do 2 more R1s into a another weapon art for a bleed proc. But that +5, like I said, is a little bit more insurance, a little bit more safety. So yeah, now we're gonna be tasked by Melina, our maiden. We need to go to the mountaintop of giants. She's gonna give us the rolled medallion, okay? We are almost done with our mission as a Tarnished, okay? We've pretty much done everything we possibly could. And now that's a little bit embarrassing. I didn't use my Godric's rune, that's okay. Just gonna be using that right now and leveling up. No one saw that. But yeah, our goal now is to go to the mountaintops of the giants, because the lore reason, the lore implication is that the 2 fingers are they're not responding to us. They don't know what to do, because they're just confused, and they say that there will not be another Elden Lord for hundreds of years, and we need to break the cycle now. So Melina hands us the rolled medallion, and we're going to go to the forbidden lands of the giants, and we will be setting the Erdtree on fire.
Nice.
Doing the skip here one more time. Yep. I love this version. It's so clean and consistent for me. I'm a big fan of this. So yeah.
So as we're going there, we are finally going to get our +6 coming up here, and then in the actual mountaintops we will get the 7 and the 8. I think Blanks, you do the bow shooting the scarab for the 8, right?
Yep.
Oh, that one's an interesting strat.
It is scary. It is scary, I will say, on a reset run, because we are going to do a 9-minute run, and that is at the very end of the 9-minute run. So I have practiced that plenty. We're going to hope that the enemy that's guarding it will not be mean to us today. So yeah, we're just grabbing a Somber Smithing Stone 6, and we're going to be grabbing an Exalted Flesh as well. And we're going to be heading up this elevator. We're going to be taking this lift. For some reason, we can't use our horse on this divine bridge coming up here. I'm going to put out to dagger with enemies. But for some reason, we're going to take this elevator up, and we're going to go up to this like divine tower area. And normally you could like ride your horse, because we're kind of like outside the capital. But for some reason, Miyazaki said, you know what? You want to go to the mountaintops? You're going on foot. So yeah, just gonna be hopping up.
It's banned in the capital. They don't allow horses in here. We gotta follow.
This is a no horse zone. Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, Don got kicked out.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it's gonna be a pretty long run to the elevator. Our little old feet can only take us so far for these walkways that were built for giants. But yeah. That is the little bit of a boss rush, like we mentioned before. After a setup period, you have like it's just back to back. It's Darrowwill and the Tree Sentinel, Margit, Godric. Like you just fight all these bosses in a row. And what happens after Morgott is it kind of calms down a bit. We're gonna be doing a little bit more horsing, like you guys saw at the beginning of the run. And this is probably the second longest horsing section, I would say. Hey, how come this guy has a horse? That's not fair.
He's breaking the law. Someone arrest him. He's breaking the law.
How come he has a horse? Okay. Anyway, we're going to be heading down into the forbidden lands of the giants. It's going to be very snowy and foggy, and there is going to be actually an enemy there that we're going to have to avoid. What I will do, though, I am going to grab the Greystone here. I know that it is a little bit of a time waste, but there is a nighttime boss here that I do not want to die to and get sent all the way back to the capital rampart. So I will take the 5-second time loss, and I will light this Grace. This is not what you would do on a PB attempt by any means. This would just lose you time. But yeah, just gonna grab the Grace here in case any incidents happen. The way that nighttime bosses work is, you know, as the name implies, you only fight them at nighttime. Right here we have what's called a Knight's Cavalry. and we have not leveled any HP at all. We don't level HP throughout the entire run. So this guy will literally one-shot us with anything. So we're just going to get... Oh, he doesn't even notice us. Okay, even better. Okay.
Very nice.
But yeah, we're going to be horsing past these vulgar militiamen. Hopefully not getting tagged by them because they also one-shot you. Heading up to this skull. There's going to be a somber smithing stone. Where even am I? Okay. Somber smithing stone 7. I forgot where I was for a second there. So yeah, here he is. Skull emoji. Gonna be jumping in his jaw, getting that somber 7. And we're entering the back half of the run, I would say, because once we finish this run up to the fire giant, the boss guarding the mountaintops of the giants, we will be heading into the other boss rush this game has to offer, the endgame boss rush. So I've been honestly kind of stunned with how well the run's been going so far. We had that tree sentinel incident, but the run's been going really nice so far.
Yeah, for a marathon run, this is going great. And you'll notice there he picked up some freezing grease, which we're going to use for a boss later, where the blood grease that we have been collecting isn't quite as effective on that boss, so the freezing grease will be better. And then we had to do a little skip up to be able to get up onto this lift from down there. Otherwise, we'd have to go all the way around, which is slow and walks right by a boss that wants to kill us. So much safer to jump up there instead. In the mountaintops, it's basically going to be a lot more riding on Torrent for a while, so... if we have anything else we want to explain, that was a good time.
Yeah, if you guys need to grab any snacks, like get up, stretch your legs, now is the time to do it. We have about 4 to 5 more minutes of horsing. We have one skip coming up a little bit later. But yeah, if you guys want to take a quick little 1 minute, 2 minute break, and then we'll bring you guys back in when we have a skip. We're just gonna explain a little bit about the run, I guess, while we're horsing around. It's a beautiful morning here at the mountaintops. Skies are clear. It's a beautiful, what is it? Sunday, Monday morning, whatever day it is in the lands between. Yeah, we're just gonna be riding across this bridge right here. We're going to be pretty much taking the direct route to the boss of the area, the fire giant. Well, I guess we can kind of explain a little bit of the lore. So we need to burn the Urcha down, like I explained. The fire giant is the personified version of the fell god, who is the god of fire. We are trying to, where is it? Can't really see it. There's like a giant bowl, pretty much, and that giant bowl is where the flame of the giants rests. And what we need to do is we need to get up there, and we need to have Melina ignite the Erd tree so we can burn the impenetrable thorns that were present after we had killed Morgoth. So that's kind of why we're here right now. Kind of the reason why we're here. But yeah, as you guys see, this is literally like the most hollow and empty area ever. It's so quiet. There's barely any enemies. So yeah, trying to find the time to fill the empty air with whatever we can fill it with. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed my little bit of a lore explanation there.
Yeah, a couple of maybe other speedrun tech that we could talk about. You'll notice that sometimes, not when he's on torrent, but on the ground while running, he will be jumping despite just running somewhere, and that's because jumping is actually slightly faster than running is. Specifically, a sprinting jump is faster than sprinting. A walking jump is not faster than walking, but a sprinting jump is a bit faster than sprinting on the way up. So during the jumping animation, you get a little speed boost, but then you kind of slow down while you're in the air. So it's most useful, especially when going up a slope or up a little hill or stairs or something like that. So you'll see that was done quite a bit throughout the run, and will be done later when we're forced back onto our feet again in some of the late game areas. So that's one of the big things that you'll notice.
We do have a skip coming up, though.
Oh, yes, we do have a skip.
We have a skip coming up into a couple minutes, so we can go back into that in a second. There's a skip here. We call this mountaintop skip, mountaintop sledge. I don't even know what you want to call this, whatever. Anyway, we're going to aggro the frost dragon, Borealis. We're going to quit out because it's misty and he's going to try to kill us. We don't want that, obviously. We're going to wrap this slope right here. We're going to wedge ourselves in the wall, and we're going to hopefully angle our camera correctly. I like to go one tick south like this, then I jump up and around the rock. Very nice. Saves about 10-15 seconds compared to other routes to the mountaintops here. Also found by Dis. just playing a very pivotal role in the early days of this run. Him, Mitch, myself, Nuclear Pasta Tom, Chemist, Forza, a lot of people found this category to be so like much better and faster than the original one, and so we all worked very, very hard to optimize it. So yeah, I guess any other speed tech you want to discuss before we finish off the run to the Fire Giant?
Could mention on Torrent, when Torrent actually has the ability to double jump, which is very nice for us, and can completely change his momentum during those double jumps. So you'll see that is basically used a lot for skips, such as the one that we just did there, but also for the tree branch skip earlier, where you can kind of jump in one direction and then completely do a 180 in the air in order to land where we're looking to go. You're also going to do that, I think, coming up to get to Fire Giant, right? To climb up the wall. Yes.
Correct. Coming up here, we do have a little bit of like what we had mentioned before. We have a little bit of a trick, I guess, kind of an exploit, I guess, if you will. If you look at our compass at around south where my runes, like that rune icon is laying, there is a scarab on the tree right there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to aim a shot with my bow, with my mouse, because it's way slower on controller. I'm going to aim with my mouse, and I'm going to shoot the scarab out of the air. Like so. We're going to watch it fall for a little bit and then try to run past the hand before he kills us. Take off our arrows. Okay, we got our stone. Whew. Nice. I can breathe now. We don't have to redo all that running if we die. Now we have the grace here. If we die to Fire Giant, everything's okay. So yeah, we're going to be just getting our weapon to +8 now because we have that was Somber 8 stone that we just got. So yeah. This is the second to last weapon level, I believe. We do end up getting to +9. We will need +9. That's not the right grace. I teleported the Forbidden Lands. We don't need to go there. We need to go to the Forge of the Giants.
Those safety graces messing you up.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do here is a little bit of, as Mitch just mentioned, we're doing a little bit of parkour here on Torrent to get up here a little bit faster. Going to jump up on these platforms here and just jump around and do that little maneuver on Torrent. Come up here, we do have the Fire Giant, one of the more technical fights of the run. We're going to want to target his weak point, which is his foot, his broken ankle. We need to target that. That is his weak point. We're going to use a bleed grease, and around this grass patch, we're going to use our golden vow. Do a little bit of a technique on Torrent. We're going to call out Torrent during the snow shovel. That will iframe the attack. Really good opener. I'm a big fan of this one. Going to do a jump attack. Going to break his ankle. Going to do a couple of weapon art attacks to soften it up. And now we're going for a stagger. We did get the stagger. We need a little bit more stamina now. So more weapon art attacks, hitting that weak spot. Very, very important to hit the weak spots. Going into phase 2, very nice. Going to aim a kukri here at his soft spot, his eyeball. Think we got it. Bang, you can hear that. Going to do a charge R2 on the arm. Really bad flame spire, but that's okay. Going to hit his head.
Dodge.
I'm on the wrong side of his head. A little bit of unlucky RNG there, but that's okay. Gonna get a little bit of a weapon art attack on his eyelid. Okay.
Oh, still got it. Nice. Just one little hit. Oh, good.
Okay, that was a little bit scary when the flame spire was right underneath my feet, but that's okay. A little bit of improv there. Never hurt anybody. So yeah, that's the Fire Giant fight. That is what we came up with. Yeah, Mitch here, one of the runners that worked really hard on that strat. Yeah, you kind of want to explain a little bit of the technicalities of the fight, I guess, while I head up to the Forge of the Giants, Mitch.
Yeah, so basically that entire fight, in theory, is scripted after the very first attack that he does. Whatever attack he does, you just get the exact same attacks on his ankle that lead into a stagger, that lead into the exact attacks on his ankle to get him into phase 2, which lead into the exact attacks to get him to stagger, which lead into the kill. But yeah, basically every single thing is super precise on the stamina. Another speedrun technique that is used is after you use the weapon art, the Ash of War, you need to crouch afterwards to start recovering stamina more quickly. If you don't crouch, it takes a while for the Ash of War animation to finish and you don't get any stamina back. But if you crouch, you start regenerating stamina immediately and you just barely have enough stamina for all the hits that you need to do there. So it's a hard strat, it's a precise strat, and I honestly cannot believe that Blanks got to the eye from the wrong side of the Fire Giant's head. I have never seen that before. I don't think I've seen anyone do that backup. That was wild to see there.
Yeah, so I kind of prepared for that, like, because the flame spire spawning in a bad spot is actually like more common than you would think. Like if you spam attempts like I do, that happens like a couple of times a day for me. So I just prepared that backup. You just want to hit the eyeball, and then you just commit to the follow up. It'll hit him in the eyelid. It won't hit him in like the actual like soft spot of the eye. But it's okay there. So here we're doing another bow cancel from very high up. We're in Fair Missoula, the second to last area of the game. It's basically that area that you see with a giant typhoon spinning up. That is Fair Missoula. We're going to be doing a little bit of bow cancels here. Going to be very careful not to die to these beastmen because we are in literal endgame. These guys will one-shot me, so I will quit out on this guy to avoid certain death. I am opting to use the Dragonclaw Great Shield, and it's actually one of the most asked questions as of recently, because I started doing runs again. And as of recently, I have been asked a lot, why do I use the shield at this point in the game? And the reasoning is very simple. It's not for the defenses, not for anything other than it just being one downwards input to the Bloodhound's Fang. So yeah, literally that's the only reason. It's not for like style or not because it has more defense. It's literally just because it's just one downwards input to Bloodhound's Fang. It'll be easier at menuing for the boss coming up.
It does also have style points. So. It does
look better than the regular wooden shield the Samurai class starts with. So yeah, here we're gonna head through the lag valley in a second here. No matter how good your PC is, you will lag at this part right here. For some reason, the lightning effects right here will lag my PC. Okay, we made it through. Very nice. Okay. Gonna do a few more bow cancels. We're going to be heading down these broken fragments of Fair Missoula. Do some more bow cancels. Wow, that was actually a really good one. That one I don't normally land.
Yeah, you canceled the hard fall because you took damage, but no lag on it, so that was really good.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So here we are grabbing a Somber Smithing Stone 9. That'll be really good for our Bloodhound's Fang. You could argue that it is a bit slow, but we do actually need it for the boss coming up. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as clean of a one cycle. So yeah, coming up, we have the infamous Godskin Duo, one of the hardest fights to get down in practice, I guess. I don't know. They are very, very scary for me, and I'm going to really hope that it goes well for us here. Excuse me, because if we do fail it, we do have to load up a save file. We're going to be using sleep arrows that I only have 10. So it's very important that we do get this first try. I'm going to really hope that we can get the sleeps quickly. And the idea here is to get them slept away from each other. That way we can deal with them separately instead of dealing with them both together. So yeah, going to be getting the bad attack on the Forbidden Knight. Going to be doing a bow cancel in the arena. Not going to hit it. That's okay. So the idea here is to use the fast bow moveset of the composite bow. You do 2 jump attacks. I get an instant sleep. That's
wow.
I can't tell if that's really good or really bad. I haven't really practiced that.
You may if that had not happened, you may have wanted to go for the throwing dart strat, but
yeah, we have 5 arrows, so I can't do this fight. I have to load up a save file. That is like the one thing I really did not want it to have happen in this run. Unfortunately, we did load up a save file. Very, very cringe of the Godskin Duo to do that to me, but it's okay. We have a save file ready here with the arrows filled up for us. Very, very unfortunate, I will say. That is like the one thing. There's one more thing, but that was like the one thing I did not want to have happen on this run. But yeah, a little bit of a skill issue there. It's fine. We will just get right back into it. Nothing's different about the save file. It's just the fact that I have technically a different in-game time. But yeah.
First sleep.
The idea here is to get them slept away from each other. And this is not great positioning because there is the tail right there of the noble. I will try my best to make do with what I have anyway.
Should be fine.
We're gonna try to push him to the left here. Okay, it didn't really work, but that's okay.
Okay.
We're gonna see if we can get the phantom hits here on his dead body without aggroing the noble. Okay, we did get it. We want to get a stagger here. Hopefully they get a riposte. I do get the
He's in a good
riposte, okay?
position, yes.
And this should be it. We will see. We want to get the phantom hits off, and yes, I heard the death animation. So the way this fight is handled, it's the way that From Software handles most of their duo bosses, is there's actually a Godskin Apostle underneath the floor, tanking all the damage that you do to them to their collective health bar. And as soon as you drain their collective health to 0, they will both die instantly. And that's why they could both be alive, and you just dealing the final blow will kill both of them, is because that Apostle underneath the floor did take lethal damage. So yeah, that's how you can kind of tell if they die, if you can hear that death animation underneath the floor. Cool little From Software fact. On our way past Godskin Duo, on our way to Malekith, the Black Blade, one of the final bosses of the run. We're going to do a little bit more bow canceling. We have something coming up called Bird Skip, where you do a skip to get around this running section that involves a dragon that shoots lightning and fire at you, and a bunch of birds. So we'll be skipping all of that, thankfully, with the skip that was found. We're also skipping a Somber Something Stone 10. However, it's not worth it. Something 9 in itself was already kind of a questionable, because it does take an extra like 10 seconds. But Something 10 is out of the question. We don't need Somber 10. But yeah, here we're doing more bow cancels. We'll be jumping over this little ledge here. Very thankful of Miyazaki to put all these railings here to jump over. Thank you, Miyazaki, for allowing me to skip your level. So yeah, taking this elevator up, we're going to be running past this Beastman right here. This guy is pretty dangerous. He will one-shot us. I will try to avoid him as best as I can. No promises, though. We got decent RNG, I guess. Gonna be bow canceling down this little lip. And we're gonna do a little bit of parkour here across these lips, and we're gonna be successfully clearing what's called Bird Skip. And this will pretty much put us right in front of the walkway to Malekith, what looks like a highway running up into the boss arena. So yeah, you want to give a little bit of background on the Malekith strat?
Oh boy, the Malekith strat.
It's my favorite.
Yes, it's all of our favorite. So basically, the Malekith strat that we figured out is if he charges at you, he will always follow that up with specific attacks, assuming that you can stay at the correct range in front of him. So, since we know exactly what attacks he's going to do, assuming he runs at us at the start, we have scripted out exactly every single attack in both Phase 1 and Phase 2, to the point that it can be done blindfolded. Famously, by somebody at GDQ by the name of Mitch Riz. I don't know who that guy is. But basically, we are really, really hoping that he's going to charge at us, and then we just have to time all of our inputs correctly, and we will get a nice scripted kill. If he doesn't run at us, there are some possible backups, but they're a whole lot worse. So we hope he charges.
Okay, we did get the charge. That's really good. So we're going to tank an attack here on purpose, which it looks really scary. We are set up for Phase 2 now, if we can get the stagger. We do get the stagger. Very nice. Okay. So we're going to take the riposte here, and when we transition him to Phase 2, we will be teleported to a different location in the arena. As we skip the cutscene, we're going to crouch, walk. As soon as his feet leave the ground, do a charge R2. We're going to do a weapon art. Okay, that is not how it's supposed to go, but it's okay. I'm going to quit out here. We're going to restart the fight. That was not how I intended that to go.
I've never seen that before.
It looks like I don't have enough HP to tank the opener, so I have two options. I can either go back to the Grace, or I can load a file. I think what I'll do is just load up a file here to just make it a little bit less time consuming. Yeah, there I made a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of skill issue there on my part. So yeah, the idea is once you get the charge R2, once you set up for Phase 2, it's pretty much over. It's just a matter of doing the script properly. We're gonna see if we can get it again. You want to drink your flask at a certain point. It's around right there. We didn't get the charge this time.
There he goes.
We got it this time. Okay. Well, listen. A little bit of a skill issue the first time, but this time I promise you, I will get it done. Go into Phase 2. We're gonna crouch. We're gonna walk. As soon as his feet leave the ground, this time I'm doing it on the correct cue. And we're gonna do a follow-up. We're doing a throwing dagger. And that is actually required. If we don't use throwing dagger there, he will not die. So that is required, to throw the throwing dagger at him before the riposte to make sure that he goes down. So yeah.
If you tried to do an R1, it would be too slow, so you really need that throwing dagger for the quick little damage.
Yeah. I apologize for the use of save files. I didn't want to have it come to this, but there are a few things in the run that if they go wrong, you will have to load up save file. I do apologize. I really, really wanted to get a clean run without any of that. But I mean, so far it's been relatively clean, so I can't really complain. This run does have a lot of RNG in it. So yeah, heading into the Ashen capital of Leyndell. This is the final area of the game of the main story. We burned the entire Erd tree to the ground pretty much, and now those impenetrable thorns.
Safety, if you want it.
Yep, I'm gonna be grabbing this this rune arc here for extra HP. So yeah, we're gonna be heading through the final area of the game. We're going to fight an infamous boss, not only for his yapping, but also for his danger in a speedrun sense. Like, you see these runs all the time and we kill him instantly, but he is very, very dangerous. So hopefully we can get the fight to go our way. We're gonna be popping a freezing grease on the elevator here, and I will be using Golden Vow in the fight. He has a little bit of a speech. This is Gideon the All-Knowing. He likes to yap a lot, so the idea is to Golden Vow in the fight to kind of stall a little bit. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually miss intentionally our weapon art and then close the gap and then follow it up. And what that's going to do is we're going to be able to get behind him and backstab him. So that's going to be really important. We get sad state of affairs, trigger his AI, go for the backstab, and now we want to dead angle him. We're going to perform what's called a dead angle. So we're going to hit him, and basically what's going to happen is AI does not really know what to do because we're kind of like behind him, but also at the same time we're like positioning at a certain point where he can't really react to us. So that's what's called a dead angle. We did perform the Gideon clean kill. That is the second boss that you literally would have to load a save file if you messed it up. So I'm glad that that went well. One of the two things went well that we wanted to have go well on this run. So I am very thankful for that. Thank you, Gideon. A little bit of yapping there from our boy Gideon. Coming up here, we have Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, the real one this time, not the Golden Spirit. This one's a bit different. We're not going to be using weapon arts as much on the opener. The idea here is to get a stagger off on him as quickly as possible. And we're going to be grabbing this race here for safety. If we don't, we will end up on the beach, I guess the Ash Beach. If we do end up dying. So I will be grabbing this grace for safety. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be going for a stagger, and we're going to use a mechanic where a boss they'll hold their poise damage buildup into second phase. We're going to try to make use of that on this fight. So yeah, we're going to be drinking a flask here. We're going to be getting our armor on. So yeah, I will try to focus up for this fight. This is Godfrey first Elden Lord. Let's hope we can get it.
Yeah, he's basically trying to bait out specific attacks that he can get charged attacks on in order to get a ton of posture damage. So if you can circle around behind, he can get those. Keeping the posture up with the throwing dagger, very important. Not getting lucky follow-ups here. This is a very, very unlucky first phase so far. That's a good one. Okay, hopefully one more. That should work. Get the stagger, one more hit into the riposte. And then
now I need two weapon arts here, and then I will roll, and then I'll do two more. So the issue arises, we don't have Golden Vow anymore. That's kind of a problem. We're going to be lacking a little bit of damage here. That is why it is very important to get those attacks off in first phase. We are missing stamina as well, so this is going to be a little bit of a improvised fight, I feel. Okay, so here's what we'll do.
You have to roll, yeah.
We'll do some jumps, then we'll just do the weapon art finished off.
Nice,
like,
excellent.
That was not as clean as I wanted to go for GDQ, but that's okay. That is Godfrey down. Like I mentioned, this run does have a lot of RNG elements to it, but part of it is learning to roll with the punches and to, you know, survive through the strats anyway. But I am thankful that we got to show off the Godfrey strat in first phase. That was really nice. And now we're heading towards the final bosses, Mitch. As we were practicing during warm-up, I was expressing how it was not going the way that I thought it was gonna go. But hopefully I can show off finally a clean boss for you guys that will not have any memes happening. Hopefully. We'll see how it goes. Radagon here is he's scripted. You can talk us through it, Mitch.
He's basically scripted, kind of the same thing as Godfrey first phase. We want to get a stagger at a very particular time. We're going to do that through these Ash of Wars. Ooh, a miss there. That's okay. We've got enough mana. Oh, that was a nice hit. All right, so from here, everything is basically scripted. We know he's going to stomp next, so we have time to get our mana back and do an Ash of War here. Then we can roll through the follow-up and hit him a couple times. And then we know he's going to do his final transition, which is 2 really big stomps, jump over both of them, and then finally stagger him out of the last one. Weapon art through, and iframe through the end, and then buff up before Elden Beast. Elden Beast is another very particular strat where you need exact amounts of stamina. If he's only a few frames off, it could fail. So hopefully he can get it.
We did get a pretty decent spacing on the opener there. The idea here is to have enough stamina for a charge attack. I think I got it there. We need a charge attack and 2 weapon arts. Gonna aim downwards. Gonna stagger him out of the swim. Gonna go for a very specific stamina lineup once again. Gonna go for 2 more. Wait a little bit on the riposte for a little bit of stamina. And I think I might have been a little bit too early there. Doesn't really matter though. It's okay because we have this final combo. We're gonna roll that, swing once, do up air to finish it. And there it is, guys. That is Elden Ring 80% glitchless. I will call time for you guys when it says Elden Ring text on the screen. But yeah, that's Elden Ring 80% glitchless, guys. I hope you all enjoyed the run. I will let you know when time is coming up. We've completed our quest of Tarnished. We are the Tarnished warrior that became the Elden Lord. Time's going to appear after this cutscene on the Elden Ring text. There it is. Time.
GG.
We did it. Woo. Let's go. All right. Well, I mean, that wasn't too bad. A little bit of skill issues in the end game, but that was about as clean of a showcasing as I was hoping for. We had a little bit of trouble the last couple of days when I was practicing on my stream. We're having a little bit of difficulties getting those late game bosses down, but hopefully I showcased the run for you guys and it was entertaining for you guys to watch. Hopefully you guys enjoyed my commentary alongside Mitch. It was a lot of fun to do. So yeah, any closing words, guys? It was a lot of fun.
Just shout outs to the Souls community, the Elden Ring community, finding this new cool route and constantly evolving and updating things over time. And if that looked interesting to any of you out there, feel free to join the Discord, submit your own runs. It's a fun run. There's a lot of different categories in Elden Ring. If maybe this one wasn't exactly your cup of tea, there's a lot of things out there. And yeah, just shout outs to the community.
Yeah, and if you guys want to see us when we stream personally, you can find me at Twitch TV/Blanks BLNXZ and Mitch Riz as well. We both stream, we both play Elden Ring, we both like Souls games, we both like Souls likes. If you guys like Souls like content, please check us out. Also, like Mitch said, check out the Souls Speedrunning Wiki. Has every single Souls game: Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, Demon Souls. If you guys want to run any of those games, please check us out. And yeah, thank you very much to GDQ for having us for the event. I had a lot of fun preparing and commentating and participating myself. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you for having us, guys.
Yes, thank you both so much for being on. Absolutely amazing gameplay and commentary from both of you. I know you just said it, but yeah, seriously, check both of these runners out if you like Elden Ring. Both very great runners, and I mean, you should be checking out all of our runners from yesterday and today. They're all amazing Souls-like runners, but yeah, definitely check these two out if you're interested in Elden Ring content. Again, thank you so much for being on, for showcasing. We do have, of course, one more run for y'all tonight. We have Sekiro, all bosses, all mini bosses. So we're going to take a quick break for that, and we'll be back with our final run of the night. See you in a few minutes, everyone.
Enjoy.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Tonight, we are showcasing some Souls games. Before we get into that, just a reminder, if you have missed out on any of our shows or events, you can go to watch the VODs over at youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. And if you're over there on YouTube already watching this, it's the future for us, but it's not for you. Be sure to like the video, subscribe. It helps the channel. It really does. Helps us put on all this kind of stuff. With that said, we have Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I'll hand it over to our runner. Let him introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Spacey. I do run this game. So one thing I wanted to talk about before we get started real quick is if any of you check out other hotfix shows on this channel, like the other week on Smooth Operative Show, Time Capsule, Matt Apocalypse was running Dark Souls 3. And so like, kind of playing off of the fact that it's hilariously common for all bosses runners of these games to not even know how many bosses are in these games. We all counted as a chat while during the run was going on, you know? So I thought we'd do this for like it's kind of a hard mode. So we're going to do the same thing, and we're going to try to count every boss and mini boss. I will let you know what counts as a boss and mini boss, but you're going to have to do some work too, chat. So
there is a test afterward.
Yeah, there will be a test afterward, and I don't know the answer for the record. In keeping,
it's going to make it really hard for us to grade this test, but
well, we will know. We're making the rubric as we go, so we'll just go ahead and start time as soon as I start a new game. So I will count us down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So I'm going to skip 2 cutscenes here. We got to do a little tutorial section here that's going to teach us mostly how to stealth. We can't actually sprint in this early section because we don't have our sword. And as everyone knows, you can't sprint without a sword. So our fastest form of movement is going to be jumping like this. So I'm just going to be spamming jump. But since we can't fight, we do have to sneak through this section. This is teaching us about stealth. So we're just going to ninja sneak our way through. Ignore all these guys. They don't see us. No idea that we're here. Just randomly testing their weapons for no reason. Occasionally one of them will clip us, just by sheer coincidence, but they don't see us. And now finally we can get our sword because we're coming up to our first child. Swords come from childs in this game. So first child, first sword. I mentioned we didn't have our sword, now we do. We also don't have our grappling hook, but that's not going to stop us from using our grappling hook because we are secretly Spider-Man. So that's a trick we call a glitch grapple. If you are hanging from a ledge and you just kind of mash jump plus the grapple button, you can just get a grapple anyway, even if your grappling hook isn't supposed to be active. Like it's not supposed to be in this tutorial section. We're going to be getting our grappling hook very quickly, so that's literally the only use of it, but it is very cool. This is our mini boss here. This is our first mini boss. So nice. So he had like a yellow posture bar there at the top of the screen. And then he also had a red health bar on the left. We can kill bosses by either depleting their health on the left or filling the yellow posture bar. And then getting a death blow. And most bosses and mini bosses are going to take 2 death blows, but not all of them. Then so we're going to hop through here. Then we're coming up to the first Guinea fight. So we'll count this, but this fight kind of progresses, like regardless of whether you beat it or not. So the ruling is we don't have to beat it. So thank Dan for making that decision. It was entirely his decision. So yeah, we did it. That's 2. And then there's also going to be various places throughout the run like that, where we're in like combat safe zones, where we also don't have our sword out, which having your sword sheathed is the same as not having a sword. You can't sprint like that. Completely unsafe. And now we have our grappling hook for real. We can actually be grappling through here, which is going to help us navigate stuff. I'm going to make sure that I remember to pick up some backup items just to help us with a skip later to make it safer. Because there's a skip that's not terribly difficult later, but we don't actually get the chance to retry it if I mess it up. So we're going to make it even easier. Also going to grab this shuriken here. We'll be using that later. Just a tool for our prosthetic arm. Now, some mini bosses and bosses you can get a stealth death blow on to just skip one of their phases entirely. And then I'm going to be doing a strat called dead angling, where I'm going to be like starting my attack in one direction and then turning towards the boss to keep them from parrying. I don't care if he blocks me, because even if he blocks me, he's still going to take full posture damage. And that was a posture kill that I got. But I don't want him to parry me, because anytime a boss parries you, they take 25%. They only take 25% of that posture damage. So the main purpose of dead angling in early game is just to prevent bosses from parrying us, because it's faster. In late game and like mid game, we're going to get a much more powerful tool that we'll be using more often instead of dead angling. Yeah, that was a mini boss too. We're going to climb up here. I grabbed Gotchin Sugars, which are a stealth buff. Sugars are a type of buff in this game. Unfortunately, though, we're going to have to try to not use our sugars here, so we have to do some very specific movement to get a stealth death blow on this mini boss, preferably without aggroing the guards. Okay. Good, we got it. And now Ogre can't block us or anything, so we're just going to be circling around him and R1ing. You can parry some of his attacks, but most of his attacks have like insane knockback on them, so they're slow to parry. You want to just circle around and make sure you avoid the grab. You can actually like shift your R1 to hurtbox shift and avoid the grab, but I'm going to play it safe here and just make sure we dodge that. So that's another mini boss down. And then we're going to go immediately into this general boss. So in older routes, you used to kill this mini boss way later, and it was much nicer. But current early game is kind of terrible. It feels like every reroute this game gets, early game just gets worse and worse.
Oh no.
Yeah. Because there's a bunch of ads here. We need to dead angle him into the corner without getting shot, preferably. Stagger him out of the jump. Okay. The important thing is to keep him out of the corner here. Okay, there we go. This'll work now. Okay, we didn't take too much damage. It's fine. Got some mini boss down. Now I'm gonna rest just to be safe. I see chat already fighting about how many mini bosses we're at. This is going great, guys. Okay, so this is actually like probably the hardest, one of the hardest skips in this category. We're gonna go for it, but there's a backup. I can just continue if I don't get it. We just need to do a difficult late jump. I didn't get it, that's fine. So we can't do double canyon, we're gonna have to do single canyon instead. So there are like skips you can do with these things called late jumps. This game weirdly has invisible walls that kind of lock you in place and keep you from accidentally walking off of edges. And so if you try to do a sprint jump as you're approaching them, they like pull you back and stop you like that. However, if you time it perfectly so that you get your start of your jump animation right as you pass them, you can actually continue and do like kind of a coyote run off of the ledge. But if you do it too late at all, like this game doesn't really have coyote frames. It just like if you time that perfectly, you get kind of a coyote run. Okay, so we hop up here. But there will be more late jumps, and not all of them are in places where you have those invisible walls, so a lot of them are much easier than that one. That one is a particularly difficult one. We're about to do another one here. So I need to grab that money, which we'll use to grab a prosthetic, and then I also need to avoid aggro. So I'm doing an aggro chain here. Just gonna pick up this too. And there's Gyobu. We are going to politely decline his offer to duel. Like so. So that's a late jump. You don't need too much of a late jump to make that, so it's a fairly easy one as long as you go off the right part of the corner. So Gyobu's just kind of running around in his arena. He's going to come after us eventually, which we do want him to. Let's see. Didn't see him, so I can't tell if this cycle's good or not, but he will eventually do what he needs to do. Cool. So he just ran himself off the edge there. So you generally can't make bosses like path off the edge if you're in their arena, but if you are out of their arena like that, they will eventually path off trying to get to you. Jump so that guy doesn't see us. Makes sense. As we learned from the beginning of the game, jumping is stealthy. And I'm just trying to hit Bull in the head here. but also back him up because I need to finish this fight in a specific spot or range of spots. This should work. Yeah, he takes more damage to the head, which is not how people tend to fight him casually, but it is the fastest way. And then we're going to go and hug this wall here. And that's going to complete our first aggro chain, as we call them. Yeah, Gobu counts, Bull counts, so that's 2 more down. So in the old, like, Souls games, FromSoft games, and also in Elden Ring, actually, you can just kind of run past enemies and then quit out to put them back in their spawns. Apparently, they didn't like us doing that, so in this game, they made it so that if enemies have aggro on you, then the game doesn't save your grounded position. So we can actually take advantage of that in a few places by deliberately keeping aggro like we did with that dog there. So that we can quit out at the end and then get teleported back here. I need to refuse his quest because we do actually need to talk to this NPC in order to continue the game. There are ways with glitches you can skip talking to him, but we wouldn't be able to fight all the bosses then. So we do have to come back and do this. And then we can warp back to Last Rested because another cool thing is that just by killing Bull, you get the idol at Ashina Castle. So we didn't have to grab this idol, but we can warp back to it. This is not the only time as well where we're going to be warping back to an idol that we never grabbed. Very handy with understanding the way that the story flags work. And then so main bosses in this game are going to give us what we call what are called memories. The game calls them memories. And using memories is going to boost our attack power. And the way that attack power scales is a little complicated. But the main thing you need to know is that in early game, memories are going to give us a lot, like a big boost. And in later game, they're going to give us a relatively small boost. So we're mostly going to be using our memories as we get them. But there's going to be a few places where we won't be able to. Get a stealth death blow on this guy. Try to dead angle him into the corner. This is our first of many Lone Shadow fights. Okay. So I'm trying to dead angle him. Ideally, he stays stuck in the corner, but we can kind of freeform it if we need to. This is actually the only time I don't want that death animation on him, but because of the way I was positioned, I got that death blow. Which is fine, though. Just takes a little longer for the fog gate to respawn, so that's another mini boss down. Then we're going to go immediately to another one. Excuse me, lizard. I'm going to grab some extra money here just for safety. There's just 1,000 coins right there. There's a lot of random just money in this game that you can pick up like for backup and stuff. You can grab this idol because we will use it later. Just going to throw ourselves off this cliff. We do a lot of throwing ourselves off of cliffs in this run. One of my favorite parts of the run, unironically. All the cliffs we throw ourselves off of. You can cancel fall damage with a grapple. There's a number of ways to cancel fall damage. I think we'll see most of them. And then there's a gunman below us. We're not going to kill him. We're just going to try to do this strat correctly on this mini-boss here. And hopefully we don't get shot to death. So we're going to backstab her. Backstab her from a certain angle so that when I start this here, I'm pushing her into the wall. Because if I can kind of hug this wall, I can keep him from aggroing. Good. And then so I want to dead angle her while also pushing her towards the door here. So I'm doing like kind of a specific strat where I actually want her to block me for one attack, and then I like dead angle her the next time. Because it makes her less likely to grab, and we don't want her to grab because whenever she starts up a grab animation, she actually recovers posture during the grab, so it's slow if she grabs a lot. But that wasn't bad. That was another mini-boss down. Just do a late jump off of there. There we go. That late jump works a little differently. The grapple point collision actually extends a little bit past the invisible wall, so you can just kind of run on the grapple point and then do a late jump. So it's not hard to time if you position correctly, but the positioning's a little specific to get that one, and it saves very little time, but always still go for it and runs. Now we grab another sugar here. So you'll notice we also used a different sugar on Snake Eyes there. That's an Akko's sugar. It gives us like a 12.5% damage boost. And then we just grabbed a Yasha there. And one of the reasons we come down here in early game is to get all these Yashas that are down here, because those are really strong. They give us a 25% damage boost. This is Miss Noble, by the way. So the hard part of this fight is supposed to be getting to him, but because you're supposed to have to take a long side path to the left with another mini boss that we'll go back for later, but we just parkour up the building instead. Yeah, so these Yashas, they give us a 25% damage boost, but they do also cut our maximum HP in half. We're still pretty much going to be using them whenever we can, but we do have to route them kind of carefully. And Miss Noble is a mini boss, so that counts. The general rule is if it has a health bar that appears, it is a boss or mini boss. I'll just run past these guys. So now we're coming up to the skip that we cannot retry. And we are super under-leveled if I do have to fight this boss normal, but I will try. I definitely have done it on stream and stuff before. But we would lose like 2 minutes. So ideally, I just play this safe with the extra ash we have here. I'm going to go a little bit out of my way to aggro that guy, because him coming up to me while I'm on the idle will actually kick me off the idle a little bit sooner. Just a little bit of an animation cancel at the cost of going a little bit off your line. Still tends to be worth it. Then we're going to skip into this building here. They didn't care too much about preventing you from skipping it, but this collision is weird, so you're probably not supposed to do this. Yeah, that's fine. Just grapple up as the backup. You're supposed to have to climb under the building, but we need this confetti here. We'll explain what confetti does later when we actually use it, but it's another damage buff. And we also need it, basically, for certain mini-bosses, with a few exceptions. So we're going to enter the arena from the side here. Again, we're being very sneaky. Okay, this should work fine. Then I'm just going to throw this ash at her as well. I'm just staggering her backwards. Casually, you could just do this with firecrackers. The noise doesn't actually make her notice you. Cool. So, I was a little worried about this because it can go badly if you, like, screw it up, because you can't retry it. But so that's a boss down. So what we did there, yeah, is you enter the arena so that she doesn't aggro on you, and then you use some kind of item. You can use ashes, you can use snap seeds, you can use firecrackers, just to kind of push her back. You just need to use them, like, in quick succession so that she keeps backstepping. Because if you pause too long between your animations, she'll actually, like, step forward again. And then we're just pushing her back towards that pillar there. And this boss has the same, like, model as another boss we'll fight later, and that boss has an intended phase 2 skip, where she de-aggros and lets you death blow her from above. And so because this boss uses the same model, even though you're not supposed to be able to do it, we can push her back to a point where we can get just enough height to get a stealth death blow from above, which is what that was. Now we make our way to Genny. So the skip for Genny is a little scary. Anytime we're setting stuff up out of bounds like this, it's important to note that there's no kill boxes under the map, which sounds good, but it's actually bad. Because it means if we fall, we will just fall until the game's fall timer kills us. And the fall timer in this game is like 45 seconds. You lose like a ton of time. But nice, we did that. Little hole in the collision there. Need to equip this. Try not to get hit by these guys, but just a little bit of time loss if we do. Now we're going to use this confetti while we bait him into the corner. Do a little jump to dodge his attack. And now we can cheese his first phase here. This cheese, the way that I'm doing it, is a little bit harder than it looks. It's not terribly difficult, but it does take some practice, because I have to angle my 5th hit of every combo correctly, so that he doesn't parry me, but also, like, I hit him. Because it can be very bad if either I don't hit him or he parries me. He can force himself out of the corner instantly. Okay, we're okay. And then in his last phase, he will teleport himself out of the corner. Okay, so he's not dead yet. So he'll teleport both of us out of the corner here. I will Yasha immediately, which baits this attack, and then I will spin around, which will make him miss. And then we just pray for lightnings. Don't want that because we don't have Makiri. There's a lightning. Ideally, we want a second lightning. All right, double lightning. Nice. Very cool. And that's another boss down. So hope you got this written down, chat. Now we just kind of wait, and then we've got some dialogue, basically. So I will explain the confetti now. So confetti, you kind of need it for certain specific bosses, which are the game calls apparition bosses, but they're kind of like undead type enemies, basically. So we need to make sure we have enough confetti routed for that. But then also, even if you use it on a normal enemy like Genichiro, it'll give you a 20% boost to your health damage only. So it doesn't help with posture kills, but when we're doing like a corner cheese like that, it will help us kill bosses faster, since we're getting a health kill there. But it's not as good as Yasha's in like 90% of scenarios. But we don't have a Yasha to use there. A Yasha would still be better if we had a spare one. But confetti is very convenient for that setup anyway. And confetti also lasts a whole minute, whereas Yasha's only lasts 30 seconds. But 30 seconds is going to be plenty of time for us most of the time. You also may notice we're skipping through the dialogue a little bit faster than what you would expect casually. And that's because of a weird thing that took us several years into this game's lifespan to figure out. But for some reason, if you have subtitles turned off, and only if you have subtitles turned off, when you hit start to cancel dialogue, rather than like backing you out of the dialogue and then making you restart it, it will actually flag that particular section of dialogue as red. So we can use that to cancel specific sections of dialogue and stuff. It's generally a lot faster. There are a few cases where it's actually faster still to mash through things because of what the game considers a section of dialogue. So like the general rule is if you get an item in that dialogue, you'd rather just mash through it, get to the item, and then start cancel. And it also depends on how slow or fast the talking to that particular NPC animation is. So like on Ishin there, it's very slow to re-talk to him because Sekiro has to kneel down to reinitiate dialogue. But in other cases like this here, we start cancel more because we don't have to go through that animation. But Kuro is another one where we kneel, and so you'll like partial mash and partially start cancel. There's like a little bit of routing to it, but it's basically very simple. You just have to keep track of where you are in every dialogue tree so that you know. And we're going to grab this idol just for later. This is just a little menu routing. It's about 5 seconds faster to just grab this idol now and then warp back to Harada later. So we're not going to do any of that now. Then the astute viewers among you may have noticed that we were flying a little bit earlier. This game does have air swim. We're going to do it again here with reservoir jump. This particular swimming hole used to be used 3 times in the run. But the way water is coded in this game is the same way it's coded in a lot of games, where rather than coding water as like big volumes of water, instead they just coded specific planes that toggle you in and out of swim state. And so if we enter one of those swim planes from out of bounds, then we can just kind of swim up out of where we're supposed to be trapped without going back up through the plane. And that lets us carry our swim specific places. However, we do have to be careful, because if you hit a load trigger in an area where you didn't get your swim, the game will just instant kill you. No matter if you've got revives left or anything like that, it'll just kill you. So we do have to be a bit careful, and when we're trying to carry swims a long way, we have to do things like we did right there, where first of all, we surfaced out of bounds in dungeon very carefully. If we do that wrong, it will kill us. And then we quit out near that elevator shaft there, and then loaded back in. Both of those reset where the game thinks we got our swim. Now, for the most part, we're not going to be able to kill bosses or mini-bosses in air swim. For the most part. Because you can't do a death blow animation on a land boss from air swim. There's just no animation for it, it won't work. However, there are a few cases where we can. This is one of them. He's meant to die to gravity here. You'd have to break the railing. He will path off, like so. And that's another mini-boss down. So mostly we're just going to be using air swim to get places. And then we need a way to get ourselves out of air swim. So like in Geni, we use the fact that there's a cutscene there to pull us out of air swim, because cutscenes will also pull you out of air swim. But it's honestly kind of good that we can't kill bosses in air swim, because fighting while in swim state is kind of cursed. We're just going to go kill this giraffe here. This firebomb cycle's fine. Basically just fighting this guy casually. That's another mini-boss. Do another quick little aggro chain. A lot of swim states that we use actually save a hilariously small amount of time. Like the way that we got to Genny saves like 2 to 3 seconds over the next fastest way to get up to him, which also does not use swim. So there's a lot of swims we're going to be doing just to slightly save time. That is a giraffe. Don't worry about it, chat. You'll see later. I will be vindicated. And then we climb up to monkeys here. Now, monkeys is kind of a puzzle boss, but we know the solution to the puzzle. So once you know how to kill monkeys, they cease to be difficult. We're going to open this door. We're going to hope not to die on this door. Unfortunately for modern monkeys, you want to wait to use your stealth sugar until you're already all the way in here, which means you can just kind of die on this door. I've had some of the monks just like straight up grab me out of the, like right after the iframes, which is honestly hilarious. Okay, so grab that idol just for safety. In case we were to die here, we'd have a long run back otherwise. So we're going to stealth immediately. That first monkey is going to aggro, and then he's eventually going to de-aggro. The invisible monkey is right behind us, and also weak to sword strikes, so we're going to sword him. Now this is the loud monkey. He is also weak to sword, so we're going to hit him with the sword here. This is the monkey who hears really well. We're actually going to shuriken this one for flavor, because when he's aggroed, he takes that kind of counter hit damage or instability damage from it. And then the last monkey is the seeing monkey. He has really good eyesight, but he has no eyes in the back of his head, so that's exactly where we're going to stab him. And then all these monkeys just die of cringe. So there we go. Make sure I get my inventory right. Yeah, so, you know, classic solution to the puzzle is monkeys, and that is a full boss that we just killed. Not that you need to know which ones are bosses and which ones are mini-bosses, chat. Just the raw count is fine. And here's our second stronger child that is going to give us a second stronger sword, as I said. Equip that immediately. And now this is mostly what we're going to be using for the rest of the run here. Just got to do some menuing here. Use the monkey memory immediately. Now there is a giga menu delay on the skill menuing. I hate it so much. So if it looks like I'm doing this slow, I promise you I have to do that fairly slow for the game to actually read my inputs. I actually messed it up twice there by trying to go too fast. So now we've got one more important tool that we're going to get immediately. We used to grab this later. It's kind of annoying grabbing it early, but it is a very powerful tool, and we do kind of need to get it now optimally. So this is a Shichiman here. This is our first apparition enemy that I need confetti for this, which is why like accidentally dying to this fight is really tough. So he's going to teleport. We're going to move over here to manipulate where he teleports. And then we just have to circle around him. When your damage is low like this, you have to be very careful to avoid that attack while circling around him, which is what makes doing this fight earlier more annoying. But we didn't die there, so that's good. And then he gives us a ceremonial Tonto. So you'll notice in the bottom right now, we have a spirit emblem count, which says 17. And so that's kind of like our ammo for our combat arts and our shinobi tools as well, including the shuriken and the firecrackers, which is the only two that we're going to use. But mostly we want it for our combat arts. So now that ceremonial Tonto that we grabbed is going to basically let us do the equivalent of make blood bullets in Bloodborne, where we can get 5 temporary emblems at the cost of half of our health. And that's going to let us do this more, which is Mortal Draw, which is the combat art that we got from the alpha child that we just talked to. She's very powerful. And Mortal Draw is very strong. We're going to be spamming it as much as we can. And also, weirdly, one of the skills we got lets us use combat arts while jumping. Mortal Draw specifically, it's not a combat art thing, it's a Mortal Draw thing. It gets boosted in power when you jump and do it. Very, very strange. And this is actually something that they buffed in current patch. I'm technically running on patch 1.04 because I don't like dealing with the online stuff just when I start up the game. And you have to remember that, like, speedrunners, you know, we just have, like, backup patches of the game just on our hard drives anyway. So it's like, might as well run on old patch and have cleaner menus. But you could literally do this run on current patch. And some runners do run on current patch, even in unrestricted. Not really anything we're doing here that you couldn't do. Also, we canceled fall damage by stabbing a guy, and that was a mini-boss chat. That was 2 mini-bosses we just took out. But yeah, don't try that one at home. And now we've just got a bit of a run. So we chillin'. Yeah, so we had Genichiro earlier, tutorial Genichi, who we just kind of died to without killing, but it counts because it progresses the fight. There are also 2 bosses, or 1 depending on how you count, that you have to do for the bad ending Shura. We're just not going to do those. Those don't exist, chat. Don't worry about it. We love to lie on the internet here, especially with our category names. All bosses doesn't even kill all bosses. There's just no way to do it without going into New Game Plus. And even with glitches, like, you can actually fight both versions of Ishin with glitches, which is very cool. I showed it off on when I was on Out of Bounds, which is another hotfix show that you can look up later if you want to see how you fight both of them in the same run. But then there are other bosses you miss out on, so it's not like you can't actually do true all bosses in a playthrough. We're going to grab that idol here, because we're coming up to a very, very dangerous section of the run. But we kill this mini-boss first. Our second and final Snake Eyes. So I buffered a crouch there right as I got off the grappling hook. You have to buffer that to get her to not see you. I'm going to be jumping over her attacks here. Okay, there we go, like that. And then normally there's a thing we call YOLO gun for it, or I like to call it top route. It's about 5 seconds faster. We're not going to be going for top route in this run, because if you get shot while you're jumping, it just kills all of your momentum. And so, like, if you go for that grapple up there and you get shot at just the wrong time, you will just fall and die, and it doesn't matter how many revives or how much health you have, you just die. Because of the fall damage plus the bullet damage. So we're not going to go for that. We're going to do the 5 second slower thing that's safer. And we're also going to grab a safety idol here. That was pretty good, but gun for it if you go bottom route isn't too difficult. Top route takes a lot of practice to learn the different cycles and stuff. It mostly goes pretty well in PB attempts, but like you will occasionally just lose runs to it. Gonna jump here. See, giraffe chat? I told you. It says right there on the screen. Long arm centipede giraffe. Sadly, this is only the second and final giraffe. There will be no more giraffes. And so I was doing a strat there. I like to just call it like a bump strat. We're gonna use it a couple places. But if you like bounce into an enemy during certain animations while they're in certain animations, you can actually just kind of stagger them with your body. And so we kind of got behind him there and then pushed him into the wall so he wouldn't like spin around. And then we can just kind of keep bumping him over and over and keep getting off mortal draws with that animation. But yeah, that snake won't bite you if you just like stay underwater, by the way. It's very funny. You can just kind of poke him from under there. He just is allergic to water, apparently. Very cool, but we don't have time to show that today. Now we're coming up to Ape. Oh yeah, that giraffe was a mini-boss as well, obviously. And now we're coming up to Ape. So Ape is another good showcase of how insanely powerful mortal draw damage is. Because Ape, in addition to, like, you know, being something that we can hit with mortal draw, also has weak spots that he takes, where he takes more damage, similar to Bull. And his weak spot is his head in phase 1 and then his neck hole in phase 2. So we're going to be using not just the damage from mortal draw, but the fact that we have a massive hitbox to try and get headshots on him by free aiming. That was okay damage. I think we got okay damage collectively. I have to do another one here. That's fine. Yeah, so that wasn't great, but we have plenty of health. So that's phase 1. Because we had to do 1 extra mortal draw there, I'm going to heal. Okay. I have to heal and then Tonto. I'm just going to do this to position myself. This isn't like necessary for the strat, strictly speaking. But it makes it easier to get the full damage hit here. Yasha, start the fight. Clip his neck hole as he lowers it there. Okay, we can get it here again. Nice. So he has specific attacks where, like, if you parry a full combo, you get rewarded with access to his head, which lets you either do a spear pull or like a mortal draw, like, or hit his weak spot to do extra damage. But we don't want to wait for the whole combo because that's slow. So it was eventually figured out that you can just kind of free aim like that and get extra damage. And so that's like key to making that fight go fast, because that boss is like really tanky otherwise, actually. And then we're going to warp to last rested here. So the early game of this game is like you're doing like kind of a scavenger hunt to get specific items that you need to make yourself smelly. And we just got the last item there. So because of that, the game gifted us that idol that we never grabbed. We actually swim to skip this place. And so we can just warp to last rested like that and get teleported right back to where we want to be. Nice little right warp there. And so we're starting an aggro chain. I jumped so that one guy wouldn't see me, because again, jumping is stealthy. Because we didn't want to start our aggro chain there, we wanted to start it up here. Then we're gonna hop over here. We need to go kill this mini boss who's just way off on his own. Just gonna be going for bump strats here. Might be a little out of position. This should still be fine. I'm just gonna jump and move into him like that. You see him bump there. And then again. Bumping him when he does the thrust is kind of scary, so I'm glad I got it. And then we can hug this wall. Oh yeah, because that's the other thing, like, so when I'm like fighting the boss, obviously, because I'm like aggroed, that area is unstable ground, but as soon as he dies, it becomes stable ground and will save my position. So I hug the wall so the game can't save my position anywhere, which lets me complete the aggro chain after the boss is dead and warp back here. I'm gonna use our favorite swimming hole one more time as we swim up the tower to Owl. So we've got another cutscene here that will skip us through. It will pull us right back out of air swim. Going back up out of that swim hole there. A lot of random holes in the collision you can find while you're swimming. Nice of them not to patch any of them. And then we talked to Owl here. This is where we would trigger the evil ending if we were doing like any %. But we're good boyos, so we're gonna trigger the good ending instead. Which just means we have to do like another hour of stuff. I'm gonna try to bait him into this corner here. I'm gonna play this safe. Yep. And then this cheese, unlike the Genny cheese, this is as easy as it looks. I'm literally, once you get him in the corner, I'm literally just mashing R1. So it's kind of slow to get him in the corner, but again, playing it safe for the purposes of this. And again, we're doing a health kill here, so confetti is the order of the day. Conserve a Yasha for us. Yeah, and then he tries to get out in phase 1, but you can in phase 2, but you can iframe the smoke bomb that he throws there, as we do. And then we just have more dialogue, which is very cool. But again, at least we have our handy dialogue skip. There is a second owl fight, and we will be doing the extra stuff you need to do to access the second owl fight. And there is no, I'll spoil for you now, there is no corner cheese for the later owl. So we will get to fight Owl, which is cool. I like Owl as a fight. Obviously, he's like a jerk, but it's a fun fight to do. I'm gonna do this dialogue here. Skip the first one immediately. And then both of these are gonna be mash until I get an item prompt. And then start cancel. Same thing. And then normally we would quit out to spawn Emma down here, but for RTA we will actually sit at this idle instead. And then Emma is an example of somebody who has a very fast talk animation, so we're literally going to be start canceling all 3 of her dialogues here. So yeah, that's the only thing about start canceling, is that you have to know, like, you just have to know, like, how many dialogues you have with each NPC, but it's really not that hard to learn. Worth learning casually if you replay this game a lot, I think. Because I do still replay this game casually occasionally. So best cutscene in the game here. We're going to make ourselves smelly. There we go. We did it. Now we can enter Fountainhead, which is kind of the start of the end game normally, but it's not for us. Don't worry. We got plenty more to do. Okay, there we go. So I mentioned Corrupted Monk, as she's called, has the same model as another boss that has an intended phase 2 skip. That's who we're going to right now, True Monk. And her intended phase 2 skip is also going to let us skip her phase 1 in an unintended way. It's a bit finicky, I might mess it up, but it's very easy to retry. We just have to enter the arena a certain way, and then... So visually, she like jumps down from above to start the fight, but she's actually already there. She's just hidden. And so if you position very specifically, you can actually hit her death blow marker without seeing her. It's just very, very finicky. So I'm going to line up my camera slightly here. There we go. We got it. I'm going to go for the swag death blow here because marathon. Nice. So yeah, she's over there, but we're stabbing her over here. I hate it when I get stabbed in the over there. Now we'll fight phase 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dodge the 5th. Double mortal draw. Dodge the follow-up. Firecracker. Double mortal draw to end the fight. That fight is consistent. This is a boss as well. Obviously. Very fun fight. Casually as well, I think. So now we're supposed to have to go all the way to the left there. We're just going to go for a swim instead, and I don't mean an air swim this time. So there's a pro footballer up there. He's going to be kicking lightning footballs at us. He's supposed to kill us if we enter the water. We're going to do some very specific pathing with some very specific timing. 2, 3, go under. Hits, wait slightly before we start, and then we can just go, 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 go. Just mashing my dodge here. You heard him miss there. And then this fish we're supposed to have to stealth past kind of too, but he actually only has certain areas he can hit, so we can just swim up here. He'll go for that and miss us because he can't hit up there. And then we can just swim right through while he's bonked. And now we're coming up to the newest skip of the run. Anyone who's watched me on stream knows how brutal this skip is right now. I feel like we're making very big progress on it as a community effort. But there's still some bugs that need worked out. It's very easy to retry. It shouldn't take me too many tries lately, but you know, famous last words. And there's some stuff with the second half under certain circumstances not working that's not fully understood yet. So bear with me, but we're going to go for it because it's cool and it affects the routing a lot. We're going to be trying to death blow this enemy while they are deloaded, and then I'm just going to focus on doing the skip until I get it. Okay, not first try, that's okay. The second part works more reliably if you get the skip not first try anyway, so it's not a big deal. It does change the lineup slightly. I think my inputs on the actual jump itself are off there. Yeah, I messed up the lineup there. So we get one more try before we have to... Oh, no, we don't, because we use the pellet, right? So we have to go rest. That's okay. Yeah, the skip is very difficult. Getting the exact... I think it's more about your alignment than your timing. The reason I'm doing a mortal draw there is because I need to get a death blow on him like right before I hit the ground. But if you're like mashing R1 without being in an animation, there's a chance you'll be like in a part of your R1 animation. Okay. They won't let you get the death blow. So Dan Flesh is the one who figured out this should work. Dan Flesh is the one who figured out... Yes, cool. So double stealth blow on that boss. It was second try, first try. We'll call it. It's fourth try. But not terrible. I'm okay with that for a marathon. But yeah, if you do mortal draw, if you do like kick into mortal draw, the timing works out so that you can get your death blow out without any risk of you getting stuck in another animation. We have to do some specific pathing and timing here to not get lightninged again. Shuriken him out of the air. But yeah, that skip, so it's not only it lets us kill that mini boss without using a confetti, it lets us kill that mini boss early, and it lets us kill that mini boss faster than we would do in late game, because that used to be the last mini boss we would kill. So it works out really nicely for routing. It's just really hard, and we've only been working on it for like 2 months. This is our first headless enemy. So the underwater headless actually have fairly simple movesets. You actually don't need to use confetti for the underwater headless, whether that's for lore reasons because the confetti is blessed with the same water that we're swimming in, basically. So like maybe that's why they're weak to damage, but also maybe they just didn't want to put an animation for using confetti underwater because there isn't one. But we do use confetti for this one because we still get a damage buff from it. And we need to use a stealth sugar there instead of a Yasha anyway, because we need the twin to not see us. There's a twin over there that will shoot at us otherwise. And that gives us a very powerful buff, which is a permanent version of a Yasha sugar that instead of being a consumable, just grab more money here in case. Instead of being a consumable, it just consumes 3 of our spirit emblems. And then, so this is an intended, by the way, we just killed like 4 bosses, by the way, chat. I hope you were counting. So that's an intended thing you can do on Bull. If you Firecracker Bull when he doesn't see you, you can then hit him right after to aggro him, and he will immediately go into his death charge. And then you just have to bait him into a wall, and he will just Oko himself for us there. And then I just did the kick to cancel out of his death animation a little bit faster. But that was also a mini-boss. So get to running those calculators right as we run over to double ape here. So double ape is ape again, but actually with less health, so. And we're a little bit swoller even, so. I just need to get 1 sweet spot hit right there per phase to kill in 3 mortal draws. We go for another one here. There we go. And that's double ape. You might be wondering why we call it double ape. There is actually a second ape. There she is. But she kind of gets that like this fight isn't like about her. So as soon as you kill the main ape, she just kind of pieces out. Just very respectful of her. Yeah, so there she is, just kind of dissolving. Understandable. And then we're just going to warp back. So that was a boss. That's 1 boss. And so now, basically, we got to the point where we could go fight Dragon, but when you kill Dragon, you advance the world state. So a lot of mini-bosses despawn. So we actually need to go clean up mini-bosses. So we didn't talk about it at all, but mini-bosses give you an item called a bead, usually. They can give you other things, but mostly they give beads. And beads let us boost our health, and we're just not going to do that at all. Because we want to go fast instead of wasting time. However, bosses give us memories, which boost our attack power, which we do want, because we want to go fast. So, as much as possible, the way this is going to be routed is that we're going to be trying to go, like, target main bosses down first, and then go back and clean up the mini-bosses that we have to clean up. There's going to be some exceptions where we have to take out bosses before they despawn. And this is one of them. And then other cases where bosses are just like along the way. So like in this whole chain of mini bosses that we're doing here, there's one that's going to disappear, but we're just going to do all of them in a row. Because it's faster than coming back here, even with more damage. So another underwater headless. They have a very simple moveset again. I can just circle around him. Repeat until dead. Also, we were talking with Emma there and advancing time at the idol. That's stuff we need to get to the one of the secret endings, you could call it. But we only care about getting to Owl 2. So we have to do that there. And we're almost done with that, actually. But it's a lot of extra dialogues, and they're kind of spaced throughout mid-game until we finally get the item that we need. So there's a bunch of dogs here, and we're going to hop up on top of this roof. They're going to get suspicious, but... you know, not suspicious enough to go get their ladders out, fortunately. So they're just gonna go, huh? Stab this guy. just going to jump away and Mortal Draw him. I need to get the correct spacing to get full damage on the Mortal Draw, but not be too close so that he can't kill me. Getting killed is slow, for those of you wondering. That's a mini-boss as well. I'm not sure anyone's counting anymore. We're trying.
Somebody's got an ish number.
Then we're gonna go kill this one here, just at the end of the our little mini boss chain here. Only things with health bars count. That is the general ruling across Souls games. But it does get a little weird in this because there's gonna be some things we kill when their health bars aren't visible. So, but yeah, like the snake and the carp, I messed up the bait there. Unfortunately, we just have to fight this headless now, at least for phase 1. Okay. So we're trying to get a loop on the land headless. Now we can do it. I was supposed to jump behind him in such a way that he wouldn't target me. There we go. And now for phase 2, I'm going to deliberately try to bait the infamous grab attack, but I didn't get it here. Hopefully we bait it later. And I can explain how it works. Teleport again. I mean, he should go for the grab here. So the way the grab works is, you see he initiates it like that, but when he initiates the grab, he actually doesn't have a hitbox active. So he'll only initiate that if he thinks he's facing your back. And then he'll walk towards you with his hand out. And then, so he still doesn't have a hitbox active. But when he gets within range of you, he will check again if he is still facing your back or not. If he is still facing your back, as far as he's concerned, he will initiate a grab hitbox. And the grab hitbox doesn't care whether it touches your back or front or whatever. It will just murder you. But if he gets close to you and detects that he is no longer facing your back, instead you'll get that kind of whiffed grab animation, which is just a free punish. So we're kind of going to be deliberately baiting the grab attack with headless a lot of the time. And now here we're just finishing Emma's dialogue, and that is the bell charm we needed. So now secret stuff done. We will go fight Owl later. Talk to this guy to buy the last 3 confetti that we will need for the rest of the run. So all merchants will sell confetti after you beat True Monk. And now, finally, we can go do Dragon. And then that'll put us into late game, basically. But there's a lot of cleanup in late game. It's not exactly true anymore, but it used to be you could kind of divide the run cleanly into 25-minute segments, and one of them would end at Dragon. So make sure my inventory is correct. Actually, I do want shurikens. Here we go. So Dragon is kind of an infamous fight among runners. A lot of runners hate it because it is an objective RNG point in the run. So I understand why people hate it. I've lost runs to it. It's annoying. But I still kind of like this fight because there are a lot of fights in these games that are supposed to be intended fights that we just kind of turn into gimmick fights. But this is actually a gimmick fight that we turn into an intended fight, which I think is a beautiful thing. So first we just have to clear phase 1. I'm going to use 2 mortal draws just to get the cycle started. Basically, these guys only spawn so fast. So once this branch spawns here, I can kill them even faster by grappling up here. And then you get a special death blow from above animation like that that takes out a bunch of them. It's kind of an annoying spawn. Not great, but it's fine. So mostly just killing time until they pop up. And we'll see what RNG we get in phase 2. This is the phase where we're going to be kind of fighting Dragon in a way you're not supposed to. So we're going to Yasha immediately. He has 2 openers. Okay, good opener. Okay, and that's a bad branch spawn, but with the good opener, it's okay. So very good that he gave us the good opener there. We can get bite or triple here. Triple, easier. Just going to mortal draw his hand there. And then opposite branch spawn, so that wasn't like fast RNG, but it was very easy RNG. And then that's Dragon phase 2. You're supposed to kind of just wait for the lightnings to spawn every, I think it's 15 seconds. Instead of like actually hitting him while he's attacking. So that's what I mean. So this part's kind of an auto-scroller. He gets to just do attacks for like 20 seconds. But it's the worst kind of auto-scroller. It's an auto-scroller that you can lose time on. So if he initiates a very slow attack right before the timer goes up, he will finish that attack rather than going to the phase transition. So very fun in runs. We don't really care in a marathon run though. He can slam all he wants. And then normally you would take an intentional death here if you hadn't died yet in the run, because since it's an auto-scroller, your first death animation is always slower than your subsequent death animations. So taking a death here on purpose where it doesn't lose time could potentially save you time later if you don't, like if you die later, basically. And it's a big difference. Like you'll lose like 10, sometimes 15 seconds to your first death, depending on where you take it. But like your second or third death might only lose you like a couple seconds. So it's definitely worth it in PB attempts. This is a marathon though. We're gonna go for marathon swag. We're gonna try for the full death list. I have gotten full death lists in a marathon before. So we'll go for it again because this is going pretty well.
Yeah, you're knocking this out of the park.
Yeah, and then we'll go to now we'll go back to Harada here. So throughout this run, we've been doing, that was a boss, by the way. Throughout this run, we've been doing insane damage through a clever combination of smart buffing, taking advantage of mortal draw hitboxes, hitting weak spots, all the crazy cool stuff. I'm going to tell you right now, this area, we're just going to be straight up over leveled. This is like the only area in the game where that's true, but we're going to be bullying these guys because we're just giga strong and we're supposed to be here early. We're going to do a quick little air swim. This saves about 8 seconds. Again, like a lot of air swims in this game, we're not actually skipping anything. We're just doing this for faster movement. There's a lot that you can skip with air swims, but, you know, in an all bosses category, obviously we need to fight all the bosses, so we're not going to be skipping them. This, by the way, a very fun place to swim around casually. I recommend it if you just want to play with air swim. Try to figure out that swim hole because it's pretty easy as far as they go, and one of the safer ones to retry as well. And you can just swim all throughout this area. It's very green and pretty, and there's no kill, like there's nothing that's going to kill you here because it's all like kind of one load zone as far as air swim is concerned. So recommend. But yeah, so here's the first person we're going to bully. He jumped back, which is bad, but it's fine. I want to get that death blow animation on his first phase, and then I want to get the backstab on his second phase specifically. So, except for the dash back, it was a good fight because we got the 2 death blow animations that we wanted. Because if you do the backstab animation to start phase 1, he takes longer to get up before you can hit him again. So that's why we don't want the backstab animation at first, even though it's a faster animation. But obviously the second time, we don't care if he gets back up. So we can just do that one for the faster animation. So yeah, that's the point we're at here. We're so over-leveled, we're really just optimizing our death blow animations in these fights because we're just single mortal drawing that guy. I'm gonna do a late jump here. This is a very easy late jump, but it'll let me make this grapple. Okay. Missed the top grapple, got the bottom one, that's fine. Not quite enough distance there, but there's no none of the invisible walls there, so that's an easy late jump to get if you just want to see what it looks like. Now we're coming up to Drunkard. Forget if this is our first Drunkard fight. I think it is in this route. Pretty sure it is, yeah. So this fight is kind of notorious. I'll tell you, there are a lot of people who kind of hate Drunkard casually, but Drunkard actually has like the most depth to his moveset out of any like mini boss. He is the closest to being a full boss out of all the mini bosses. But I understand why people hate him because literally every time you fight him, he has a bunch of ads around him. And that complex moveset actually makes him more annoying because you have to keep dealing with his ads while you figure out his complex moveset. But you can backstab this one. And then we can just 3 mortal draws. Gonna try to cleave down any of the enemies that might be annoying as we do. Like so. And so there's another thing there. We used a stealth sugar to get behind him, but you can only have 1 stealth sugar active at a time. So one thing we're gonna be doing a lot, actually, I need to grab this. Glad I remembered. Shouldn't die to butterfly, but if we die to butterfly, it's really, really bad. We have to run back a long way, so should always grab this in marathons. There we go. Yeah, but so if we stealth sugar up to him, and then use a Yasha from behind him, we actually can get the sugar buff and then get the backstab before he has time to realize that we're behind him. And so that's the thing we're going to be doing a lot in late game, is stealth sugaring, getting up behind a boss, buffing, and then immediately starting the fight. So Butterfly, again, we're over-leveled. However, we haven't upgraded our health at all, and we got the hardest opener. Okay, we got it. We're good. Cool. So she can still kill us really fast, despite the fact Because look at our tiny baby little health bar, and we just cut it in half again. But I need to focus. For this part, this phase 2 is kind of tricky, unironically. Okay. You have to time that first mortal draw very specifically. Because we need to hit her with that first mortal draw while she's in hyper armor from her jump. If you hit her too early, you'll deal half damage because she's too high, or you'll just miss entirely. And if you hit her too late, she'll stagger out of the first mortal draw, and you will not be able to get the second off. And in either case, you will not have enough damage to finish her off with the subsequent jumping mortal blade. So that's why I actually needed to pay attention. And the visual cue for that is very cursed. You can kind of like cheese it a little bit if you're close by adjusting your camera. That was a boss, by the way. I'm just speaking into the ether now. But yeah, so like that timing, it's like when she puts her knees together a certain way, basically, is what I'm looking for. It's like very weird and specific. And then you just kind of compensate with your camera. And so we're doing our last skill leveling here. The only thing we care about really for those skills, the important thing is that we're upping our maximum emblem capacity, which is going to let us do more mortal draws and more fights. So we'll jump here. Now we're going to go kill Demon of Hatred and Ishin. We're going back to our favorite swimming hole here. This is our new favorite swimming hole, by the way. Reservoir Jump and me are no longer best friends. It's all about Tower Swimming Hole now. So again, bear in mind 1, 2, 3 for this out of bounds movement. I do have to be somewhat specific to hit certain load triggers and not others, or I will die. And then I can do a quit out here. So now the game thinks we're in this arena. So we're just going to be doing a series of quit outs here. By which I mean only one more, or 2 more, I guess, depending on how you count it. So now we're in Demon of Hatred's arena as far as the game is concerned, which is good. But the boss itself isn't loaded, so we have to go out here to hit the load trigger for the boss. There he is. And then we got to do one more quit out to despawn the guards in his arena. So if you enter Demon of Hatred's fight and then just quit the game, or like idle to last rested if you want to, it will immediately despawn the enemies here because it counts as your second time entering the fight after that. And we need these enemies to be despawned. Now we can aggro him, because we want him to follow us here, which he will eventually. He's going to throw a little tantrum here. Need to go through this collision. I need to hit an invisible plane of water here. Like so, without hitting anything that was going to kill me. And then that despawns his arena, and now we will show him in a second, but he is just taking him for a little walk there. There he goes. He's happy, having fun. Oh, he hit a kill box. Unfortunate.
What a great strat.
Yeah. It's unironically, there's like an older, easier way to do that, like casually, if you want to look up an old run to do it, but it was so RNG because of the guards. Like, this strat is so much better. This strat, like, this boss used to lose like 20 seconds to the cheese, like, if he just took forever to kill the guards or did a bunch of jumping attacks. It's so nice that we have this now, compared to the other way, even though it's, like, harder to learn. And now we're going to go immediately to Ishin. The downside to going immediately to Ishin is that we haven't had a chance to use that memory we got from Demon of Hatred, so our damage is not great compared to what we used to have. But I'm just going to do this fight here. Yasha immediately double mortal draw. Wait for him to do something. Good RNG. Nice. We're going to run up and attack him in phase 2. Covers everything he can do. Take the Makiri. Mortal draw this. We're going to rebuff while he does this phase. Dodge that AoE. Firecracker to cancel him out, because he recovers posture while he's in that animation, so we want to cancel him out of it. Double jump back. Unfortunate. So we take our first death here. That's really scary, actually. Because now we kind of just have to do the fight casually now. Just finish here. And we barely have enough health to tank lightning. do that. We can get this damage. Now we have to dodge the lightning if he does it again. We just have to fight him casually because our sugar ran out. Dodge under the lightning because we don't have enough health to tank it. So, yeah, he's spamming the lightning because he knows we can't do anything about it. All right, so that's not a good showcase of the strat, unfortunately. That's the thing, like I said, like your damage is so low. If you get that double jump back and you die, like you're gonna be dead for so long. Like you're not gonna have sugar on the last phase, and you just kind of have to do that. It's very sad. But fortunately, I have, as it turns out, played this game before, so we can just casual phase 3 without lightning. No big deal. But yeah, we would have had to swim or run all the way back here. And we would have been down a bunch of emblems. That was the boss. And we would have been down our Yasha sugars. So the cycle is quite a bit different. So I'm glad we didn't die there permanently. Sad that the Deathless Stream is over. Okay, so like I said, we're doing the stuff that we need to do for the Purification ending. Unfortunately for Kuro, because of Dark Souls 3, this is Dark Souls 3's fault. The way it works in all bosses categories is, since the game lets you just remain in New Game after doing... Since the game just lets you remain in New Game after doing the final boss, we do need to trigger the credits at some point, but we don't need to end on the credits. So we haven't actually completed the stuff that we need for the secret ending that spares Kuro, unfortunately. So we just kind of have to stab him there. It's a little bit awkward, but, you know. Such is life. Such is speedrunning. But credits are triggered. Now we just have cleanup. We've got one more full boss to kill, and then a slew of mini-bosses left to kill. So this is Orin. This is another case where we are over-leveled. I want her to jump away, thank you. So I can kill phase 1 with a backstab there, which causes her to get up faster in phase 2. And then I'm just waiting for her to do one attack here. Finish the fight. We can immediately warp back. So now this is cleaned up. And she is conveniently going to give us an upgrade that lets us get more health back when we perform a death blow. We actually already had something. That gave us some health back on a death blow, but now we get even more back, which actually is helpful for our routing, because again, we're going to be using Tonto cutting our health, we're going to be using Yasha to cut our health. We just have so much stuff that we get power by cutting our health, so. Actually very useful to kill Orin there. Let's see, if I Tonto to cut my health and then Yasha to cut my max health, I actually effectively don't lose any health, right? So there's some smart use of buffs we can do there. Third Lone Shadow fight, that's fine. As long as we kill him away from the corner here. He's gonna jump like so. We can just double Mortal Draw to kill him. Gonna read the tech roll out, as it were. Gonna stealth here while we run past all these guys. We're gonna do Drunkard. So again, this is the same area that we were at before, but now it is scaled for late game. So we are no longer over-leveled. We're just, again, making smart use of our buffs. Mortal Draw, the fact that Mortal Draw is stronger when you jump, etc. To be dealing as much damage. We're gonna Shuriken that guy, we're gonna stab this guy. I did a specific little path around that rock as we killed this guy. And then now if we quit out, it'll respawn us back at the rock. So this is like a tiny little aggro chain, which is actually going to let us respawn back here with the enemies dead and with Drunkard unaggroed, so we can actually buff before we even stab him, which is going to let us do a really fast fast cycle on this. So, okay, good. That's a good RNG that he did that, because if he does a bad attack there, I have to Firecracker and then kill him. But if he does that attack, or like 2 others that he can do, we can just dodge around it and punish instead. Make sure we don't get stabbed through the wall there. Make sure we don't get shot through the candle there. I don't need this idol. So this is the last full boss of the game. That was 2 mini bosses that we killed. I bet YouTube will figure it out. Someone will watch this back. We will check the VOD and YouTube will have our back. I just know it. Challenge to those of you on YouTube. Okay, so we just jump back if he does this. That's phase 1. I'm just trying to make sure I actually dead angle him here so he doesn't parry my mortal draws, but while still getting full damage. right? If you parry that attack, you will always get an attack that is mortal draw punishable, and that's the fight. So the hard part about that is just, so mortal draw, like at the edges of its hitbox, doesn't do full damage because it has like 2 hitboxes. So you need to dead angle him so that he doesn't parry you, but you need to still get full damage. Do some menuing here. He says our parting words. We gotta wait a little bit here before we start this idle. Normally you just quit out to skip this when you're timing in-game time, so that's why that's timing that so that you don't get kicked off the idle was something I learned just for this. So now we've got like 2 more sections of mini bosses, chains of mini bosses. Actually, make sure my inventory is in the correct place before I move. This strat is kind of annoying for this headless here. Do a late jump off of here. Shuriken him to bait the long range attack, even though we're up close. Dragon Flash, 2R1's Dragon Flash. I'll explain Dragon Flash in a sec. Okay, so good first phase. I'm going to bait the grab on purpose here. I'm just going to play it safe. And then he teleports, but that's fine. Not dangerous if he teleports, it's just slow. Yeah, so the reason we're using Dragon Flash here instead of Mortal Draw is because Mortal Draw, because it uses Fushigiri, the sword on your back we got from the Alpha Child, it doesn't benefit from your confetti damage. And these guys, like, you don't do significant damage to them without confetti. However, Dragon Flash you do with Kusabimaru, your first sword that you got, which means that as long as you hit with the melee hitbox of Dragon Flash, because it's supposed to be a ranged attack, then you can get that confetti damage on them. So it's actually slower using Dragon Flash for this fight than Mortal Draw, but it's not worth going into your menu to switch again. But so that's why we're going to be cleaning up some stuff with Dragon Flash here. And Dragon Flash is a skill we got from Ishin, so that's the reason we couldn't use it on earlier Headless, unfortunately, or Shichi's, because we didn't have it yet. Very strong skill, very fun in like New Game Plus, honestly. Even just like as a ranged attack, even if you're not abusing the confetti thing. But I'm not going to tell you how many years of running this game it took before we figured out that there was a second weapon art that was useful. So it was multiple. So we can literally, for this Shichi here, we can just do 2 Mortal Draws, or 2 Dragon Flashes. Oh, and then another note. So Dragon Flash does not do extra damage if you jump. I'm only jumping for positioning here. Like, as I said earlier, the jumping damage boost only applies to Mortal Draw, weirdly. Don't know why they did that, but they did. All right, and now we've got one more section where we're kind of going to cosplay as Batman a little bit here, raining justice down from the top of the tower here. It's one of my favorite sections. We spawn in here. I need to put Mortal Draw back on, which is down, not up. And I need to have firecrackers. There we go. We're gonna do a little skip here. Like a lot of skips in this game, we're not skipping. We're not like actually sequence breaking. We're just skipping a door that takes a little too long to open. With a really hard skip. No, it's okay. No first try. Door skip. It saves like 10 to 12 seconds. And you lose about that each time you fail it. So we'll like break even technically to opening the door if we get it second try. My camera is wrong. It's really hard. Those points of collision are like really tiny. I mostly don't mess it up in runs, but like every once in a while I'll lose a run right at the end to it. It's painful. And it took a while to get down. I went too far that time. That's okay. We're not gonna die here, it's just embarrassing. There we go. Second one, there it is. Yeah, so you just have to get that run in order to make it off of there. That's the hard part about it, is that second part. And then we are stealthing, buffing, and then stabbing here. And then I'm going to do a bump strat here, which is going to make him do a consistent animation after that first Mortal Draw. Because this fight also was inconsistent for a long time. Because he had one attack that was too fast for you to just do the normal fight. But yeah, then we discovered you could just bump him. And then we're going to be doing a series of aggro chains here. This isn't the fastest way to do it RTA, but this is the way we do it now in the run, so it's not that much slower. But this is the fastest way in game time. We're going to jump down, raining justice from above as we go down to kill Ogre. So this is the second Ogre fight. I'm going to buff here as right after I trigger the guards so that they run in. I'm going to try to cleave both of them down with Mortal Draw while also getting full damage on the boss. Nice. They were cooperative. And then just 3 more Mortal Draws. Gotta wait slightly there to get the death blow as fast as possible. Hug the wall here to complete the aggro chain. We've got like 4 more bosses. This next one can go kind of scary, like if it doesn't go your way, but it's really clean if it does go your way. This is an example of where I really need to get a fast death blow animation. And so what that entails for these particular enemies is that I need to death blow him from like max range, basically, is what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to actually R1 there instead of dashing into him because it's going to position me perfectly for the fast death animation like that. Because if you do the slow death animation instead, you actually don't have time to set up your second set of mortal draws there, and the fight gets really scary. Or at the very least, you have to use more firecrackers. So just because of the ad there, like any mistake there, too slow of a death blow animation, anything like that, you can just die. So it looks clean when it goes well, but it can very easily go badly. Well, that was a mini-boss. This is a mini-boss. Everyone's a mini-boss. 1 parry. So this is late game, but we are using Yasha, and we have max attack power and for new game and stuff, so we're kind of strong. I'm going to cancel fall damage with a ledge grab, because... Yep. Strong fingers, I guess. We're going to stealth here. We're going to try not to get shot by a stray bullet here. We need to kill that guy up top, so we'll see what cycle he gives. That should be fine. Otherwise, he would bother us while we're killing that mini-boss down there, which is Shigekichi, which is a Drunkard reskin. This one has armor on his front, though, so we need to hit him on the back. You can use the spear to pull off his armor casually, but grabbing the spear, unfortunately, is slow, so... Instead, we gotta do this fight. Gonna jump Firecracker into Mortal Draw. There we go. Okay, we can just finish the fight here. Double Mortal Draw will kill. Cool. Perfectly fine. The worst thing he can do is just AFK and just look at you and not do an attack. Because when you can't hit his front, you don't really have any way to punish him not doing anything. Fortunately, he's dumb and doesn't know that. And now we're coming up to our last mini-boss. And then I guess eventually we'll see if YouTube can count how many bosses and mini-bosses are in this game, because we still don't know. Proving once and for all that YouTube chat is superior, unfortunately.
I wasn't going to say it, but this is definitely a battle between YouTube comments and Twitch chat.
Yeah. All right, so last fight. So hopefully we get fast phase 1 here. We did not get fast phase 1, that's okay. In fact, we got teleport phase 1. That's still okay. We should be able to get fast phase 2 from this position. So we bait the grab, Mortal Draw, or rather Dragon Flash, R1 Dragon Flash. So time is coming up when this last item prompt pops up. So I'll call time. Time.
GG.
And that is Sekiro, all bosses and mini bosses, except for Shura. Oh, thank you for being here, everybody.
Yeah, thank you so much for being on and showcasing the run.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, love the Soul speedrunning community. Definitely check out our Twitch page and our YouTube and everything. Not self-promotion doesn't come naturally to me, generally. So I did a GDQ run years ago that went very well. Is still one of the most viewed on the YouTube page, actually. Then I kind of dropped off the face of the earth and changed my name, and then just didn't stream for over 4 years. So I say all that to say that I am actually back now. So, and I've been back for a few months now, kept to a modest but consistent schedule. So if anybody wants to follow, I will actually be there this time, unlike for the past, several years. So thank you for having me. It's a big opportunity. I love the show, love GDQ, love doing stuff for GDQ. Happy to be here. Love Richard, especially. And thank you.
You should all definitely check Spacey out. Absolutely fantastic runner, really upstanding person. So if you enjoyed the run, if you enjoyed Sekiro, definitely check Spacey out. And I want to say again, thank you so much for being here, for showcasing, for helping out with everything. Everybody in the Souls community seems to be absolutely just friendly and helpful and very passionate about their games. And it's awesome to be able to have you all on, showcasing your runs, talking about it, kind of sharing that passion with everybody. So huge shout outs to you, to everybody else who participated yesterday and today. Y'all are awesome.
Thank you.
With that said, that is all we have for you tonight. We don't have any more runs for you. We'll be back Wednesday with random number generation at 7 p.m. Eastern, followed by time capsule at 10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, have a great night, everybody. Thanks for watching.